Let's give it a go. Everybody's got a path to choose. You can critically think or give yourself to accepted information too. Well, you got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need. Contemplate before you make a choice. You got to let your voice be heard. You'll never see this place again. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. There comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need. Try not to enable their thoughts. They got enough problem with this bridge to cross. No matter what I say, they're doomed. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go.
And we are live. That was a bit shorter than I thought. I thought it was a bit longer than that. Never mind. That was Buster. World famous Buster. New one. Yeah, Buster and Shane. Hopefully there'll be more of that sort of stuff coming. I need to do the video for that one. Welcome, everybody. This is Trivium Day. I'm sort of building on the logic. I don't know whether we do it the wrong way around or not. But I think because this is the Trivium. Trivium is three roads meeting. I'm guessing that you need to have an idea of why the Trivium's needed. Because it's so fundamental. If you don't have the understanding of why you need the Trivium in order to formulate the logic, well, the Trivium is logic, but the grammar is the most important point, really. In order to be able to formulate your logic, to make an argument, you have to make sure that all of the words that you're using are precise. So, in the way that I've learned this, it was given to me through geometry. Somebody brought me into it, and geometry was there as the tool for being able to hopefully start me on my understanding path. Now, it's the people that we've met along the way that are all linked to this logical thinking, really. The whole idea was to try thinking. I was giving myself the idea that I was the one that needed to learn to try thinking. There was something going on that I didn't understand, that I needed to work out for myself. So that led me on a path, on a journey, through my basic understanding of logic. For starting off with, I made a couple of statements which I knew. Well, I made a few statements, and a lot of people got upset about it, which led me on the path to figure out why. Maybe I was wrong. I mean, perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps I was the one that was wrong, because these other guys seemed absolutely certain of what they were saying, and I'm just a simple guy, so I need to look into it, knowing what I know, but I still need to look into this to find out what's going on. So along the journey, you found logic. Logic led to geometry, because that's how you solve problems. That gives you definitive answers. And once you realize that, then you have a proof of something just through geometry. But it's still a proof. You know, it's within the mathematical system, and it gives you a proof, like Pythagoras' theorem, that pi having a value. All of these things, trigonometry, they give you definite answers through geometric principles. Well, those geometric principles are derived from logic, but only once you understand why those logical principles have been laid down within geometry, then you start to understand that the Trivium is the base of that. So geometry is, to me, a tool for teaching the Trivium within like as perfect as you could get. And so I'll give you an example. Through geometry, they start off with the definitions. Now, the definitions are the words that they use and the direct link to them. The understanding of that particular word is built up through the definitions, and they're understood. Like straight line and circle, square, perpendicular, angle. And now these are all common geometric terms, but they are wrote down within this system of geometry as definitions. That is directly relatable to the trivium and the grammar. Now, grammar in normal terms is words to describe everything, which you have to get identity right, but there is a way that you could obfuscate an argument around words and definitions. But particularly with geometry, you can't do that. Geometry and the words that you use and the terms, they're all laid out within an axiomatic system that you can't break any piece of geometry. So it tells you that if you are definitive with your answers, the definitions, if they're certain, then you can then build a perfect logical system. So the words and the definitions can be directly related to the grammar part of the trivium. Then you've got logic, and logic is the way you use these terms and these different words, but there's a process that goes on within your mind. It's a reasoning process that if you do this to this and follow these steps, then this occurs and there is a definite outcome at the end of it. That's the logical steps. Now, all of the propositions within Euclid are if you would say, the logical proofs that come within that system. So the grammar and the logic are in geometry and directly relatable. The words are related to the logic, which is the logic ends up with a proof at the end of it. And it's a perfect system, unexploded logic all the way through, with proof on proof on proof. You build everything up from what is known at the beginning. That's the way geometry taught me to have these proofs. Right now, the other part of the trivium is the rhetoric part, and that's the part that I'm hoping I'm learning, because the geometry and the logic, well, the words and the logic are sort of, they're a way to express it, and rhetoric is the way you can express the whole thing together to draw people in. But rhetoric can be played with, and of these things, there is, we've found, the modern day sophist that doesn't have the logic part. They can have the words and they can have the rhetoric, but you can miss out logic, as is pretty evident now within any conversations that we have. That the logic part, the actual argument, seems to be missing, and that's the bad part that's we've noticed. Now, I mean, having an argument is the main part of the debate process. That's where the meat of everything is, and that's how you can use the words to make the structure of the argument to talk about. Just recently, we found that there is no argument. That's why conversations seem pointless. They never go anywhere. And just recently, we've got a guy called Chaiki, who I've said he's going to help us explain how dangerous this argument is to a group of people that haven't got an argument. Not only do they not have an argument, they're unable to witness an argument. Because once these arguments go in and people acknowledge them as actual arguments, and if they're simple enough, the reasoning process occurs naturally. You can't stop it. And that's why these guys don't like it, because any argument that ever exists will cause cognitive dissonance in the minds of certain people. Now, again, we'll have to have a warning for people like this. Don't watch this if you have a model that you hold, because we might be making a few arguments, simple arguments tonight, that you can't really, they'll be so easy to understand that sometimes people can't see them because they are that simple. Chaiki's one of them. He's been asking all morning for an argument, and he has been shown them quite a few times. So the idea is that we went over yesterday the black swan in logic night. So most people should know what the black swan is, but I will give you a quick rundown. A black swan argument is a statement where you say all somethings. It always starts off with all. It's a group. You have to be able to state that within this formulation. It's falsification. So you make an initial statement. All somethings are something. And that's the original statement. Then all you have to do is show that at least one of these things that you've just said all of is not part of that group. And therefore, at the end, you have your black swan, i.e. all swans are white. Here's a black swan. Thus falsifying the statement, all swans are white. So once you've got that as a simple premise or understanding, once you've got that idea that it's very easy to get, then what you have to do is then reformulate that concept into something else, something involving all. Pretty easy. But just to make it so I'm not missing any steps at all, I'll go over a few points. So I've got some pages from Euclid here. There's one. Get the other one. Thought it was 11. There you go. Right, so in order for you to understand, first off, we have this proposition is proposition 11. That states to draw a straight line at right angles to a given straight line from a point in the same line. So what they do is they have AB. You make a line across the bottom, and then you place a point in the center or wherever you want on that line, and then you can construct a straight line at right angles to the original line. That's what this is saying. I mean, it's not difficult, but it goes to show that if you have a line at A and B at two ends of a straight line, when you make a perpendicular in the center, it will be perpendicular to the line from A to B. Very simple, but keep that in your mind when we're talking about a line from A to B, a straight line and perpendicular. It's easy to make a perpendicular anywhere on that straight line. This is the proposition to say that you can. It's a proof with a corollary as well, about straight lines. Two straight lines cannot. So there's a proof here about well, just it's there for you if you want to go through it, the straight line proof. Now this is the other one, that's another backing one, just to give you the idea of how logic forms. This one states straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other. So if straight lines happen to be parallel to the same straight line, then they are parallel to each other. And again, there's a proof there within Euclid, proposition 30, book 1. Parallel straight lines. Now, in order to relate those and the black swan together, what we do is we find the definition of horizontal. Now, anyone can do this. On a different file. Horizontal. This is Merriam-Webster. It says parallel to, because all we're bothered about here is the geometric terms. Because like we said at the beginning, the geometric terms are definitive. You can't change a geometric term. You can't suddenly start having contradictory geometric terms. That's a big no-no. Not even in science can you do that with geometry. They're not that good, these guys. It says parallel to, in the plane of, or operating in a plane parallel to the horizon. That's horizontal. So I think we could definitely say that a horizontal, any horizontal, right? It doesn't specify which particular horizontal. It's just horizontal. The definition of horizontal is parallel to, in a plane of, or operating in a plane parallel to the horizon. That means that any horizontal, like wherever you are, you're looking, there's a horizon there, and the horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Now, if there's somebody stood to the right of you and somebody stood to the left of you, they're looking at the horizon, and their horizontals are also parallel to the plane of the horizon. Somebody a mile away is looking, and their horizontals are all parallel to the plane of the horizon. And as we know through geometry and logic, straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line, I guess we can say straight lines or planes, would be parallel to each other. So all horizontals are parallel to each other. So from these statements we can say straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line will be parallel to each other. Horizontals are parallel to the same straight line / plane. Therefore, horizontals are parallel to each other. And how many of the horizontals? Well, all horizontals are parallel to each other. And the plane of the horizon. Double whammy. So, in order for you to link these statements together, you could quite comfortably say, along with the black swan, that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, all horizontals are parallel to each other. All horizontals are parallel. Statement. A black swan type statement. Now, it's just a logical statement. And if anybody disagrees with it, they can come up with a black swan for that statement. All horizontals are parallel. Surrounding logic that builds up to it, but it's a pretty easy statement to make. All horizontals are parallel. All I have to do is provide one horizontal that isn't parallel, and then they would have their black swan. Somebody, if anybody wants to have a go at offering up a black swan for that statement, all horizontals being parallel. Just a simple argument made from reality. Could call it definitional, but I mean, it's only definitional through the definitions that make sense and use logic in the derivation of those words, what they mean. They could be tracked back to have a full understanding of geometry. You could have plane, parallel. All of these have different definitions within Euclidean geometry. You can open up the book of geometry and see these definitions. But that's one simple argument based on the black swan, falsification. All it needs in order to falsify the statement all horizontals are parallel is for somebody to show a horizontal that isn't parallel, along obviously with a logical argument. Well, I say logical argument. You can't just show a picture of a horizontal not being parallel. That wouldn't cut it. You'd need to, because I've seen quite a few people draw lines and label them horizontal when they're not. So that's not how you falsify all horizontals being parallel. Have a think about it. It's Chaiki. I don't know whether Chaiki was listening to that. But I doubt it. He will hear it. Just a very simple argument based within the structure of the Trivium. Just grammar, definitions of all of the words needed, and the logic to go with it. How well you present it, that's down to rhetoric. But these geometric arguments, like within logic and trivium and all of that, there is a thing called sophistry, but that belongs to the rhetoric part of the game. It's how well you can use words, sophistry particularly, in order to trick people. Maybe even trick yourself in the case of paralogisms. And it is possible for you to fool yourself. Many different ways in order to fool yourself. But sophistry, when it's purposely used to fool other people, is the sort of stuff that I think I've heard enough of. And really, it's about time we started calling this out, because it's obviously getting people into trouble. I mean, it's okay to say that you don't know. There's plenty of things I don't know. But I don't think we'd ever speak of them in a knowledgible way if we don't know about them. I don't believe anybody does that in this group. Sophists are easily caught out within this arena, and that's why there's a lot of people that have decided that they don't want to come, and that's good. I'd rather be free of the sophistry. It's getting a little bit old, and for them I would expect that it's a little bit too much. They can't take it. So good job, guys. Keep out and keep your model safe. I don't want to be threatening any more models, and I don't want to see people like Chaiki. Brad the Science Guy's selling some. Brad the Science Guy is a globe science. He hasn't put the little inverted commas around it as though it's like not real science, but I don't know. There's no argument coming from the other side, and I'm not expecting to get anything from the globe side about the, I don't know what to call it, the all horizontals being parallel, black swan. No, it's just basically it's a statement that all horizontals are parallel, and there will never be a black swan for that statement. Just a triggered globe earther with the inability to explain how it does happen, but they just say it don't know, horizontals are only at a point is the sophist way of getting around it. But like I said at the beginning, you cannot sophist geometry. There's no geometric sophists. They don't exist. And they don't exist because it's so easy to catch them out with the geometric logic. It's absolutely certain. It's a truth-giving system, logic through geometry. Logic is a truth-giving system, but through geometry, it's observably truth. It's a proof on proof on proof. that gives you an understanding of everything that we know. Oh, Chaiki's left.
Chaiki's useless.
Yeah, he's left because he doesn't want to acknowledge the argument. He was the one that was asking us for that. He's been asking us all day for the argument, and he couldn't hear it. The moment we did, he's had to leave the server. That's how bad it is. So good on you, Chaiki. Well done. That's step one. Acknowledging you've got a problem. Please don't go on Twitter and start the libel and all of that sort of stuff. Don't show everybody how badly affected you are. But he does have help all over the place. So that's how bad it is for Team Globe. They unable to see the argument or even talk about it. And it's not been any different. It's been like that since we came into this conversation. Nobody can acknowledge a very simple statement concerning horizontal, being straight, geometric, founded through definitions and a perfect logical structure, simplified down to its basics, understandable to all, apart from anybody that hits the bridge of asses. That can be a hard thing, and I guess that's something that we need to deal with when the time comes. But don't get upset if you can't do this, and don't take it out on anybody. It's nobody's fault. The ideas of logic is a formulation. It's a reasoning process that goes on in your mind. It's the mind of the individual that has to do this reasoning. This is why I say proof is to the individual, because these proofs and these logical statements get formulated and reasoned in the mind of people. You cannot give it to somebody who's insane, mad, who's lost their logical structure, because they can't formulate these logical statements. They can't acknowledge the argument because there's a process that goes on. And if you're unable to do that, normally because your mind's clouded, or you're thinking of a model or other accepted truths, the baggage that you're bringing into the statements. That's the danger. And if you bring in too many things that are built on false premises that you've already, false conclusions that you've already built, that's when you end up getting into trouble. So, how's everybody like that? Do you like that, Kev? That was just off the top of my head. Trivium.
It was great.
Yeah. Basic argument made from whatever. Now, there are plenty of other arguments that we can make. But it's up to people to do the reasoning for these arguments. Like people can make their own arguments, but for a second, just imagine getting stuck making an argument. Imagine not being able to converse with somebody when they say, horizontals are defined as being parallel to the plane of the horizon. And if straight lines are parallel to the same straight line, then they are parallel to each other. Well, that would make all horizontals parallel to each other. Horizontals are parallel to each other. But there's a logical statement now that helps you express that to people through geometry. That's what
have
go on.
one notion on the argument, because you said that everybody has to process this argument for himself. But some people seems that this is sufficient for them if they just deny, say no.
Mm-hmm.
If they say no, it means that the argument is invalid. But this is not true, because logical argument is objective argument. And it doesn't matter who can comprehend this argument or not comprehend, the argument is still valid. So the problem is only on the side of the receiver or just person. This is just personal thing, that a problem that someone cannot understand argument or cannot accept. But
Yeah.
still, if this argument is not accepted, it is still valid.
Yes. But yeah, that's the thing I was saying. It, to me, right, and it's a proof, and obviously I already knew that all horizontals were parallel. I've done surveying. But to come up with the proof gives you an easy way to accept it. Now, like paper says, and I've seen it, people that just deny it. They just say no. No, I'm not accepting that as a proof. Well, that doesn't stop it being a proof, right? I've already got the proof. I know it. I understand it. It's, to me, it's a proof. But just because somebody else says it's not to them, that doesn't negate proof. And that's
Are you saying?
What?
Are you saying that nobody can take your proof away from you?
Absolutely. It's a personal thing.
Yep, I like that. Yep.
Yeah, it's a personal thing, and I'm guessing that's why they can't understand that. They have their proofs. Well, they don't have any proofs. I mean, they have that. You know it more than most, right? They don't accept proofs. So giving them a proof, that your proof, or showing them through the method, or showing them the argument, and trying to give them every step that you took to gain your proof, to some people will just not be enough for them. And it's those people that we've learned recently don't have an argument. They don't have an argument, therefore they cannot have a proof. And they will never be able to accept anything else that anybody ever gives, because they literally cannot accept logic to give them the proof. Because obviously, if you end up with a proof that all horizontals are parallel, well, your model goes with it. It has to. You cannot make it work.
Yeah. How about if you find out that all verticals are parallel?
Well, again, that's another reasoning step, but perpendicular to a horizontal. That's why I said the initial proof at the beginning was for a straight line and a perpendicular to be drawn on the same, on the straight line. You can draw a perpendicular anywhere. And if you have a horizontal line, then obviously a perpendicular anywhere along the horizontal line will be parallel.
It's like a trifecta. of horror. Vertical, horizontal, perpendicular. 3 words of terror to the ballers. Like garlic to a vampire.
Yeah, I agree.
They don't like squares.
Yeah.
They prefer oblate shape.
Yeah, yeah.
I agree completely. I said a long time ago that especially the word perpendicular, that's the killer there.
Mhm.
Strikes terror in any baller.
Definition 10 is all you really need. But because logic is logic and geometry is geometry, there are proofs everywhere. And if there are proofs everywhere, that means there can definitely be an argument that ends up with that truth, proof, whatever. So arguments in reality are very easy to find. Should we call them natural arguments? The things that actually have things related to them, things that can be checked. Those sort of arguments, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree. Like definition 10, you can correlate it to the horizontal and vertical relationship. And you can go and check that in reality later. So that's a strong one that you can verify for yourself. So I would agree with you that yes, if you can relate it to reality and do actual measurements or however you go about it in reality, then that's the way to go.
Mm-hmm. Well, along with the all horizontals being parallel, with that along comes perpendicular, a nice little definition that you can draw. You can now draw perpendiculars anywhere on that horizontal or anywhere along the horizontal, the parallel horizontals, and form a perfect grid with verticals and horizontals, just like in mathematics, just like in every elevation profile ever.
You're starting to talk logical again.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's
Yeah,
how
just
simple it is. Go on, sorry.
Yeah, just going to bring up the Cartesian coordinate system for X, Y, and Z. Like what you just said is the foundation of that as well. It wouldn't be that way if it wasn't the case.
So that's a Cartesian coordinate system, like everybody knows, also within mathematics. Anybody's done any computer design or mapping or any sort of topography, everybody knows you have an X and a Y and a Z. You have 3 axes, one correlating to each dimension, all through geometry and mathematics and logic. There's a definite link there. And forgetting about, I don't want to forget about it, because the whole idea of the understanding of the Trivium is to prepare you in a way that you can gain your own information. It's the best way for you to find information for yourself and to communicate that amongst people, your peers. So I forgot what I was going to say then. So the best way of doing that is to gain knowledge, and we call that, at least I do, old school antiquity, science. Science is finding knowledge about things, and that's why I said things as well, and natural, because the science natural science is about finding out about things and gaining knowledge about it. So the proofs in reality are the truths about the things. And that means you can actually make an argument. You can predicate upon things, make arguments to prove that the thing is the thing and the thing does what it does. These are all arguments that are made around something in reality, but you have to make this reasoning process that goes on in your mind in order to make the proof. It's not just a picture. There is no process that goes on there. Look at this. Isn't an argument. It's not even really the conclusion, right? It's not the ending of an argument. Well, look at this. But it's definitely not the argument as stated. The argument needs to have at least 2 or 3 parts that needs to be reasoned within the mind.
Yes, it has to be or full syllogism, 2 premises and conclusion. Conclusion has to be always. So argument without conclusion is not argument at all. But because if you have 2 premises and conclusion, after finding this second premise, which is always middle term, you can throw out this middle term because the link between first premise and conclusion is already found. You can throw out the second premise and you have normal conditional statement. So at least 1 premise, if, then. So this is argument, short, and full syllogism with middle term, in the middle, of course, and you have full syllogism and full argument. So this is the only way you can put an argument. I don't know other ways of putting argument.
Yeah, that's why I added the initial bit in with the horizontals, because you can't. It's stating that all horizontals are parallel. Show me one that isn't. Doesn't really sound like an argument, does it? But if you structure it correctly and you can show the black swan, then it does actually become an argument.
Yes, this is statement, but if we have conditional if P then Q, we can just state P and it has to be refuted, because we can say that all swans are white, just it. And to refute that, we have to find 1 black swan. The same with horizontals. You can just state all horizontals are parallel to horizon, for example. And you just can wait for refutation. So it would be, of course, demonstration, because someone has to demonstrate horizontal being not parallel to horizon, for example.
Well, actually, we've got one in the chat. You might have heard it before. It says it would be straight enough, but if you use the horizon as your reference, it will be slightly curved.
It is not geometrical term. There is no slightly or nearly. It is straight or not straight. Simple.
It says it's easy to demonstrate that the horizon is curved.
So if it is easy, so why we cannot see without fish islands? So without fish islands, it is impossible to demonstrate that the horizon is curving. So I would say it is impossible to demonstrate. Not easy, impossible.
Yeah. Well, he says to Jeff. But you did nothing to see if level is flat or curved. Bev avoids testing that like it's the plague. I prove that level is horizontal. So, like, what testing needs to be done? It's terrible. I thought you were told not to come round here. Everybody said that you have to leave. Please don't be coming in with your diletheism. This might be damaging. The horizon is not curved because all horizontals are parallel to it. Horizontals don't curve. It's a ridiculous statement.
I was just gonna back that point, and I'll add to it that it's what paper said, it's either or, straight or curved. However, the dialetheist mentality will change that to both and. They will violate the law of non-contradiction and the law of the excluded middle, which of course will violate the law of identity in the end, and they are stuck with nothing.
Yep, and they'll do it without batting an eyelash.
Yep.
And
yes, excluded middle would be we have straight and nothing in the middle and not straight. So not straight is curved.
Mm-hmm.
So we have straight and curve. So this is true dichotomy, and then we can exclude one of these straight or curved. So horizontal is straight or not straight, therefore curved. If we can see that horizon is straight, therefore it cannot be curved.
Well,
Simple.
it cannot be curved because he uses the term parallel, and only straight lines can be parallel. Only.
Yes, of course, yes.
So forget about it being parallel to the plane. The very fact that parallel has a definition, and that's straight lines within a plane.
Yes, so Globers have to prove or demonstrate that horizon is curved, but it isn't, sadly for them.
Yeah, because they would then need to curve horizontals, and we had a word for that, and we still do. It's not, is it? There's no curve in a horizontal.
So they have double problem because they are trying to curve horizon, and they call it curved level, but they still want to have a straight horizontal being tangent for them.
Yeah.
So they are just making things up because normally we have a straight horizon, not curved, and level straight, and horizontal straight, and they want to have curved level but straight horizontal. This is just insane for me.
It's diletheism. It's there's stolen concept, there's fallacies everywhere you look within this non-argument. It's just a statement of ridiculousness, really, as far as you could possibly think about. And in fact,
there's paralogism, sophistry.
It wraps you up in knots, and I think that's what they rely on. is the fact that if they talk fast, then you can be, your mind can be so confused about what they're talking about because it's just so far beyond removed from reality that your brain can't comprehend how many steps that they keep making, and you need to stop them to let your brain calm down. But they don't stop. They're gibbering of relentless gibberish. Means nothing. And everybody knows what that is. At least if you've been in any of the conversations, people just start. It sounds like they're rambling. Just nonsense.
That's why I called it glossolalia earlier in the chat. I don't remember who said it, but it was last night. It was being mentioned how you will hear them start out from the conclusion. And that means that this thing here must be this thing over there must be, different from what it actually is to fit the conclusion. The backward engineering process that they go through with their logic. It was well explained last night, and I think that was worth mentioning again.
Well,
And
it's a good
they
point. That. Go on. Sorry, I don't want to.
They start with a conclusion because in begging the question, conclusion is the premise. So to make circular reasoning perfect, you have to start from the end and end in the beginning to make a circle.
That's good.
Yes, because this is called circular reasoning. So they start with conclusion, and the conclusion always has to be somewhere in the premise. So it is begging the question, but in fact, formally, it is circular reasoning. So
But
that's it.
Isn't that how science works, though, right? True, natural science, right? Observe natural phenomena. That thing, right? Then
Yeah, but
you
they
come
don't
up
start
with
like
your
that.
cause and effect, right? So you know where you want to get to, because that's how logic's formed. But you have to have the thing, right? The moment you get rid of the thing and have something imaginary in that place there at the end of your conclusion, it stops becoming science. It stops being logic. And that's what you need to check, the identity of what it is that you're trying to do. I think all of these things work at the same way, right? In order for you to find a proof, you know where you're aiming to because you've seen that natural phenomena. You just need to be able to string some sentences together to make it that process in your mind to work. Does that not sound right? I mean, because I know that, like we did say that globe logic does always end up with, well, it's always globe, isn't it? That's the outcome every time. 'Tis globe. Now, how do I get there? Well, what have I got to mess with? And there, the natural phenomena becomes part of this, the play that they're making that goes, 'tis globe. They're not trying to explain the natural phenomena within science. They're trying to use things to trick people into globe. At least.
Not only that, but for example, for the globe, natural phenomenon would be curved level or curved horizon. But they are bringing CGI from space to show the curve of the ball. Yes, the drawn ball should be curved. Otherwise, it would be not a ball. But it is not a natural phenomenon. So they cannot bring it as a proof for anything. So they haven't got a natural phenomenon. So they are starting with a conclusion. This globe.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh,
about
can I
this one?
comment on that? You mentioned about the CGI paper, and I just want to clarify it. It's not actually CGI from space. It's actually CGI from a computer right down here on the
Yes,
land
yes, of
somewhere.
course. It was brief because, of course, if I say CGI from space, I say allegedly from space.
I'm
Because
just messing with you. I just wanted to make a point.
I think it would be embarrassing to bring a computer to space and make CGIs there. It's better to do it in the normal house.
Right, we've got a comment from the chat. Don't normally bring them in, but I mean there are going to be less and less. I think the word's gone out that you guys shouldn't be here. Like, take the counsel. They say no contact with us. It's safer. You shouldn't really be here. You expose globe. So 15 degrees an hour. That's interesting. Says. Not that he's obsessed with anything. It says all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel, but in reality verticals and their perpendiculars are not parallel. Verticals and their perpendiculars.
Their perpendiculars are horizontals.
Yeah, parallel.
So yes. So sorry, this is just nonsense.
Yeah. Whoever that is. I mean, if that's one of the leading globe guys, he hasn't got a clue. Doesn't even know his own model. Like, perpendiculars to a vertical are not parallel. Really? That's ridiculous. A vertical is definitely a straight line, and all the perpendiculars to a vertical would have to be parallel. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, all the perpendiculars to the straight line, no matter the orientation, vertical or not, will be parallel to each other.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, well done. I mean, have we got some jokers in there? Because, I mean, that sounds like somebody who's trying to discredit the globe as being absolutely geometrically illiterate. That couldn't be a globe person, could it? Yeah, of course it could. Geometry's logic, and everybody knows that the globe guys can't have logic. So, technically, they can't have geometry. It's formed out of the very thing that they're like garlic to a vampire, geometry to a globe earther. Terrible. Learn to get an argument. You see, all geometry is full up with arguments, isn't it? These guys shouldn't be able to see them. No wonder they struggle with geometry. Brad, the science guys, had a little Discord one here. He says level is horizontal. Just like you, Rumpus. Level is horizontal. We've all said it. It's because it's a natural thing.
It's strange to me. If you say level is horizontal, you have admitted something that will be fundamental for your continued logical reasoning from there on out. So if you say that, but turn around and say stuff like verticals are not parallel, then you've definitely broken the red thread through your logic. You've missed something, or you may just be a sophist at this point, but there is something wrong with your logic if you make that claim afterwards.
Brad, the science guy, says, if you Google level is horizontal, this pops up. And it's a website called onthelevel.live, establishing the horizontal plane. It's good, isn't it? I hope that's true, Brad. Or you might just be obsessed. It might be on your favourite feeds of level is horizontal on the level.live. I hope that's true. Does anybody else want to try it?
Yeah, I had to try it. It's the third result on mine.
Yeah, well,
So
it's
number 3.
Yeah, we'll get it up there.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. Oh, what do you reckon to that, Rumpus? Level being horizontal, like the third thing. I mean, not even the first and the second. I don't know. Were those first and second ones debunking level being horizontal? Or
We're backing it up.
yeah, all right, yeah. Actually, like definitions and stuff, dictionaries, and all that sort of stuff. Rumpus, the game's up, man. You're never going to do your test. And we know why you're never going to do your test. We've been there. We've done it. We've got an auto level. We took it there. The game is up. Everybody now knows you've got no argument. Level is horizontal test. Oh, I'll have to update that.
The second result is sciencedirect.com. Level and in brackets horizontal.
Like, yeah, as though it's the same thing.
Yep.
Yeah. Not level is horizontal. Level brackets horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
So you can exchange these names.
Yeah. Yeah, the same thing. Either way round. Level is horizontal test. Shows about the the auto level and everything. It's good, isn't it? You should get on it, Rumpus. You get your test going and you can do one that says level is not. I think Blue Marble said he was going to do one about that. And I've not seen that yet, Rumpus. Perhaps you can incorporate it with your video when you're doing that video. I heard you were going to keep doing that one with SE and Asken and Mobius. Oh, sorry. Trivium night. Get back to it. In our understanding of the words and the definitions, the failings quite often can come down just to the grammar part. That's when you know the group of people that have no argument, you know that they're in trouble when you try and focus in on the identity, the grammar of the particular thing that you're talking about. Because it was only the other week, then we have, I have this theory of the people that we talk to. Most of the people that come into this particular Discord server, they're honest, real people. And they're pretty intelligent people as well. They can spot liars. That's one thing we all seem to have in common, is that you can spot a bullshitter. We've got our expert, Rakia. He can spot a tell, right? And most people can. Within life, you have this sense, let's say, but you can hone in on it. You can easily focus with the use of other people around you to point things out, and logic and an argument to be able to put people under a stress. Normally is when they show their tells. That's when they show. Logic can do all of that. So this sort of stuff it's useful in everyday life. This isn't just for a particular argument or a particular focusing on, it's not like learning chemistry or anything, this Trivium. This is the I read in the book, it's called the liberal arts. These 7 starts off with the trivium and then goes into the quadrivium. As in the idea that you will be liberated after learning these basic concepts, because you will be able to go and find out whatever it is you need to do. You have the basics of the of getting an understanding of how to go on through these liberal arts, as they're called. And the foundation of that is the trivium. But the foundation of the trivium is the grammar, the understanding of the words that we use and the identity of the subject that we're talking about are vitally important, especially like we had the other day with globe science telling us that they have contradictory definitions. Globe science, that is, has contradictory definitions. Everybody else in reality has definitions of things and they say what they are. There's a new globe science that's coming around that wants to inject a contradictory definition on certain words. It sounds to me like a diletheism. The science of diletheism, or sophistry science.
But this is strange because they can say that this definition, for example, for a curved level, would work only on their model. So they are ascribing a definition to some model. So without model, this definition is worthless. And this is not how definition works, because definition is some kind of description, and description is has to be from reality, has to have some link to reality. So if, for example, a level is straight, it is because is derived from reality, not from model. So making new definitions to conform some model, this is just fantasy. It's not a scientific at all. Just like, for example, in science fiction novel, you can have blaster or laser blaster. So, and you can define it as what it is, but it fits to science fiction narration. But scientific definition has to be derived from reality, physical reality, not just made up for the model. So this is, for me, this is not definition. If someone is redefining to conform some model, this is not definition. This is just a joke.
Yeah, well, when I heard that, right, it just goes to show that there's different minds, right? Because to me, when I say, well, level is horizontal, and they say, well, on the globe, level is curved. And my direct response to that would be, well, you've just disproved your model, because level is provably horizontal, right? If you need something that doesn't happen to occur on a model, then that model doesn't occur. It's just like the model doesn't exist, because the conditions that you need for that model to occur, they just don't exist.
That would be normal thinking.
Yeah.
But you know, Some people have a different thinking, abnormal thinking.
Well, within this arena, and that's obvious that that abnormal thinking it occurs because they've been arguing with no argument about these sort of basic facts for years. I can't see why they do it. I mean, they're still in the chat there now, stating complete rubbish. Everybody in the chat can see.
For the laugh of the model.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're just literally stating that impossibilities need to happen for their model to exist. And obviously, impossibilities don't happen, so their model can't exist. To me, it's obvious. It's like level is horizontal. It's been proved many times by many people. It cannot be disproved. That's another one. It's like all levels are horizontal. Ta-da! Black Swan, please. Just one. All methods for using surveying tools use parallel horizontals. And a consequence of parallel horizontals is, strangely enough, parallel verticals through perpendicular, geometric. You can't do it any other way. It's impossible. No matter if Blue Marble draws a picture with some sloping lines on it, no matter if Rumpus draws a load of lines on a circle, it doesn't make horizontals not parallel. It just shows you that crazy people have been getting away with stupid non-arguments for years. It's terrible that it's been allowed to go on, because I think it's like when you construct a role-playing character, what like a lot of people have, like let's say you're pretending to be the son of an astronaut or something like that, right? Maybe you might just be pretending, it might be a little one pretending to be an engineer, race car driver. It doesn't really matter. Just you start off with a character. You're on the internet. Let's have a go with it. I'll do a bit of role playing. And you come in, you start doing a bit of role playing, and then people people are asking me questions about it now. It's like, whoa, I feel like a real one. And year after year after year, people have placated these people in whatever fantasy they have, and they've been enabling these different characters for years. I never understood what Rumpus's character was. Does anybody know? Do you know what the role play character of Rumpus is, other than to just Rumpus? You know, like the named character Rumpus. Does he have a role playing character? I don't think so. It's not like he went to university and he's an astrophysicist. He's got a PhD or anything like that. Like Brenda does debates, political debates. I mean, Rumpus has got nothing other than drawing circles and putting lines on them, shouting over people, calling people names. Don't think I've ever heard anything else from Rumpus. So Rumpus got the short end of the stick, really. He didn't manage to get, he wasn't a son of an astronaut or any particular world-renowned physician or anything like that.
Or pilot, at least.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, something. He's not got any. He's not even a race car driver. Can't can't even do a simple test. But all of these people they've fed into each other, they've enabled each other into the self-belief that I think some of them have developed this thing that what they're doing is real within the little arena that they're in. And we have been in this arena, but we've been in this arena watching people, seeing what's going on. If anybody had ever been round here for long enough, they would have heard us going, surely it can't get any weirder than this. Week after week after week. And they never surprise us. It can't keep away, but we're just here doing what we do. People come to us and we just talk about it. We've gained enough now. Sorry, go on.
But I think that they have some, at least silent support from some body of some science, like astrophysicists, professors maybe, or universities. Silent. I say silent because I think that some people like astrophysicists and theoretical physicists are listening what's going on in this arena, I think. But this my theory only, speculation.
Yeah. Maybe. I think they like to ridicule. That's why they like the idea of the other people within the arena. These characters on both sides. Just throwing confusion everywhere, obfuscating any argument that comes, any question. Because that's what it is mainly. It starts off with a question that they can't answer. And rather than saying, here's the actual answer, it doesn't come up with globe. So therefore they have to obfuscate. And then the danger is that it turns into gaslighting. Now, I know for a fact they've gaslighted. We were talking about it last night with Brian. They've gaslighted a lot of flat earthers into madness. But I think more so, they've gaslighted a lot of the globe earthers into madness also. Because people like Rumpus and this 15 degrees, they are the ones that are gaslighting. They literally can write out a contradiction in a sentence and start it or end it with, this isn't a contradiction. Their minds are completely exploded. But they still imagine, because of this, the entertaining the idea of the role playing, it's been allowed to go on. And some people, I'm pretty sure, have built an entire framework around paralogisms that just end with the same conclusion, 'tis globe. Sort of a joke around here is that, 'tis globe, axiom number 1, 'tis globe. Always has to be. You can always revert to axiom 1 at any point you want. And that's as much of an argument as they have. We know that. We've seen it. It's getting bad. But all of the foundations of all of this that's led us up to this point has come through the understanding of logic and since the grammar. We started off doing logic over on Geo's Earth Awakenings channel. We pretty soon got shut down as we expected to. It was a social experiment that we tried, and it got exactly the effects that we knew it would. Group of people cannot cannot access logic. Logical thinking ends up with not globe. So therefore it has to be brushed aside. And then Saragaki brought us the laws of identity, or the laws of communication. And that biggest step in that, Saragaki, I'll never forget this, is the law of identity. Because we know that they have an identity problem.
Mm-hmm.
The identity is the thing that doesn't exist. It cannot have an identity. That's the failure of the model. It's not real. It's made up in everybody's minds.
And that became so blatantly clear, I think, when Raven came in for the first Trivium night,
Yeah.
when we talked about predication. You can't talk about something that isn't real, because what you're going to be saying then is just going to be made up. I think it became very clear then.
Yeah. And it is, it's the trivium, isn't it? Like I said, when I was at school, I thought maths was okay. I quite like maths. That led us to logic, obviously. So I've obviously got a logical mind, and that's the way I've been brought up. But never really had an understanding of grammar. And obviously the rhetoric is like public speaking, and who learns how to public speak? To be able to speak out and speak up is something I think you have to learn. You know, it's something you have to be taught, but more often you have to be able to experience it. There's a trial and error of all of these talking out loud. How does it sound? Whether you can actually listen to yourself and see whether it can be learned, how well it works.
I think the rhetoric part is like an art form that comes with experience, in a sense, because you can hear some people, when they talk, they paint such a good, like, vivid mental picture that you can literally see in your mind what they mean. And I think that's what you're aiming for, to make yourself so clear that the person listening to you can actually see what you mean.
Yeah, you've got to get the understanding across and put that in somebody else, because like proof has to be done that through there. But the experience of it all has to be experienced. It's not for everyone, but I would like to be able to say, come in and experience this. But I know that in order for you to experience this, you are going to have to put yourself in front of a group of people that are horrible. This, particularly within this arena, these are some of the most horrible people I've known. And that's only because it's a reaction to them not having an argument. They've got an imagining that they win every argument, but they don't even have an argument. And the reaction you get when they find out that they're placed in this place where it's shown quite evidently that they have no argument, and they lash out. And that's not a good place for people to come into. This particular arena that we're in, well, the arena that we've not been in, but that keeps coming to us, it won't let us go, it's not a nice place. So it's better you stay listening. But if you want to, please come in. We don't always record, only when things, but there's lots more conversations and things that do go on within the Discord that isn't like this when we're talking now live. We can explain things much easier, and it's easier to put yourself at ease and not get into the combative argument phase, because that's not what we do. We're aiming now to put the argument back into the discussion and keep it civil. We'll take the arguing out and put the argument back into conversations with the aid of Trivium and logic to show why it's necessary. I think the people that we've been dealing with have led us to this point, but in order for us to do something about it and to give it back to people, I think it is to, I don't know, just help people along and help all of us along. Because I know we've all been together and we've come to this point now. But this is literally only the beginning of what we're doing. The learning process has been done. We as a group now are good enough to be able to, I think, let everybody know what we actually have been doing. We aren't flat earthers. We have an argument that we've found upsets some people. That doesn't make us flat earthers. That makes us people with an argument that's been targeted towards a group of people. Now, that argument is specific to that group of people. Now, any argument can be made for any other purpose. It's not just this one argument. We've just chose to study a group of people, and along with that studying was finding out that they haven't got arguments. So you formulate an argument and you give it to them and you watch what happens. We've done that, and we now know what happens when you say certain things to certain people. Now, there's a chain of occurrences that can go along. You can start a questioning process and you can get to the specific point that we want to. You can find out very quickly whether you can talk to somebody or whether you won't be able to talk to somebody. I personally now find out, and I can find out quite quickly whether somebody's a diletheist or not through the experience that we've gained within this arena. And a diletheist being somebody who holds contradictions but can't see the contradiction. Normally the easiest way of doing it. But I mean, hopefully we'll be able to show people how these things work and how the minds of people have been changed. Because it's a slow process to get us to this point. It's a slow process to try and understand even more. And we are only at the beginning, like I say. And I don't want to be... we are not going to be going over things that are far too complicated, and hopefully not to make them complicated. The idea of what we do is to bring advanced simplicity to everything. So the more people that come to ask questions, the more chance we will get to explain things more simply. Like Saragaki just said, some people can put a picture in your mind, and that only comes from practice. You hearing somebody explain something a bit better, and you can then take that on and put that within your rhetoric and see whether it works. And it's just communication, really. It's the key to all of this. The trivium is the art of that communicating, the art of the argument, I think I called it. Trivium.
And I would add something to the law of identity, because some people may think that if you identify a model, some model, this is true identification. In physical world, it is not enough, because as we go through genus and species to individual, to the substance in porphyry tree and in normal logic process, we know that there are no species in reality per se. They have to be individuals. So if we are talking about model of reality, we are not talking about particular identity or entity. So this model depicted as, for example, as heliocentric model or globe model is only description of, for example, a species. But to prove that this species exists, you have to prove existence of individual entity in physical world. That's why you cannot predicate on non-existing things, because someone may think that model, if it is created in someone's mind, it is real. It is real only in someone's mind, but not in physical reality. You have to prove it in physical reality, that it exists, concrete earth, concrete horizon, concrete level. So it doesn't work that way, that you have some model and disprove something. No, it doesn't. It doesn't identify a real thing, just a model. So this is my addition to the law of identity, because we differently identify species, differently identify genus, and differently identify substance and real entities. So in the speaking of reality, it has to be a real thing, real earth, real water, real horizon, whatever, real, physical, not model of physical reality.
I call that a thing. Something has to be something, like a no thing. It doesn't exist.
How about a leprechaun? Can I predicate on a leprechaun?
Show me.
Show you a leprechaun?
Yeah, I want to see this. I want to hear you show me this leprechaun here.
Well, I have this book with a picture.
Yeah. No, pictures, no good. Not for me anyway. I wouldn't accept a picture. You might get some other takers somewhere else. They might. Well, I don't know. I don't think they accept pictures like that, but certain pictures they do. The very
like the ones from
selective.
Space.
Yeah.
Like those?
Yeah, as long as there's round things, swirly things, or whatever. Yeah. The thing is the thing that we're meant to be talking about, right? And I think That's the point of the Trivium. When Aristotle did it, he particularly the book I've got. I mean, hopefully we'll start this going over it piece by piece, but I don't know whether that's the way we do things or not. We might just be able to focus in on certain parts of the Trivium. But Aristotle pieced all of these things together, and Aristotle definitely dealt with reality things when he was building the Trivium. And that's the basis behind the Trivium, is actually identifying the thing, putting a structure together to form logic, and then being able to express that through rhetoric.
Correct. The Trivium, as Aristotle put it, was dealing with things in actual reality that one could point to, speak to another person about, predicate, build logic around, and discuss. If somebody wants to see what the ancients thought of fantasy type stuff or abstract type stuff, read some Plato and Socrates. And Socrates can show you how he dealt with those people that had, ideas, abstract ideas about things like justice and other things.
Yeah.
It's not the same as having something in front of you and being able to predicate upon it, build logic around it, like Euclid's Elements does, and then be able to build a sound rhetoric around it. In my opinion, anyway.
Yeah. The sophistry shines through when logic is used against it, because I pretty much think that sophistry is the abuse of this logical. It sounds logical, but there is no logic within it, or there is a fallacious logic within it, and that can only be rooted out through actual logic to show the truth. The truth will always be shown to be true, like Paper was saying, with the proofs are always proofs. That the truth cannot be moved from one to another. You can't come back at a later date and say, well, you see, that proof wasn't really a proof then. We've got a new one now that's different. That's not the way these things work. I think a lot of people will get into the idea that there's a black and white about this. But I think you have to admit that in reality, there are no contradictions, and a truth will always be a truth.
And truth and always be the same.
Yeah.
Because truth cannot change. Because if change, truth can change, therefore it is not a truth.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that some people can hold opinion which they think it is true, and it can change. For example, someone can hold moral certitude about something, and he's holding strong opinion that, and maybe he can give life for that. But it doesn't mean that he knows truth. But that kind of proof that gives you logic, it is called demonstrative proof or apodictive proof. So it cannot be other way. It has to be that way. It is, and it is the strongest proof. And that's why some people struggle against it, because you have no weapon. You cannot defeat that argument, that logic, apodictive, demonstrative proof. It is unbeatable. And that's why some people are angry, because they want to fight against truth, and it is in fact impossible.
Drive somebody mad, wouldn't it?
Yes, because they are
Literally.
holding as truth their own opinions, and their own opinions in their minds are more valuable than objective truth. So, of course, this is ego, and leads to narcissism, or eventually into solipsism. So this is madness.
Yeah.
Mind madness.
Yeah, and it's shown normally through the act of dialetheism, knowing that somebody can contradict themselves and not see that they are contradicting themselves. It's normally the first sign. And within this arena, bunny ears, everybody knows that you've talked to people who you personally have heard them contradict themselves. They contradict each other. They go back on their words. They reverse things. They blatantly lie and say that they haven't. And we accept that within this arena, or it's accepted, let's say, within this arena. The reset of the same thing every day and the same arguments round and round. It is accepted for the sake of the argument, I think. But there is no argument. I don't know when anybody heard a decent argument, being a traditional sense of the argument.
From the globe side? No, I didn't. Never.
Yeah. But they've been allowed to get away with it, haven't they? I mean, think of all of the 24/7 conversations that have gone on, the things, and there's never been one argument presented for the globe. Not one. So how do they get away with it? Somebody's allowing them to blatantly lie without bringing any proof. They've brought nothing. No argument, no proof. Just pictures as what they call evidence. Opinions. Axioms. Imaginometry. And modern day sophistry. Modern day sophistry, where they blatantly try sophistry within geometry.
Yeah, that's new, because sophistry already existed in ancient times also, but not in that field. It existed in lawyer society,
Yeah.
so to speak, because sometimes it was their job, for example, to defend bad people. So he had to use sophistry, but this is about human actions, not physical laws. How can you argue with physical laws with sophistry? Why someone is trying to convince, and who is trying to convince that these physical laws are not working as is presented, but in other way? How convincing someone will not change this physical laws? So for me, this is just futile. But some people insist to use that kind of arguments, like dialectic arguments and sophistry, to convince people that physical laws are not working as we see, but in other way. So for me, this is new, because it wasn't present back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be allowed now, but It is, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So the scientists are telling stories, just stupid stories like Star Wars, and because they are called science, so people think that this is science. But they are just telling a Star Wars story or whatever, or similar. And this is science now. So science fiction now is science, sadly.
Yeah, now that was made up, right? Specifically for that very purpose. The easing in of words. Science fiction is ridiculous, because taken as science is the acquisition of knowledge, and fiction is something that's made up.
So that would be knowledge about nothing.
Yeah. Made up knowledge, which is a contradiction in terms, isn't it? It's a misnomer. It's an oxymoron.
Yes, and this is yes, self-contradictory, and science always was about something. So fiction, it means fictional, that doesn't exist. So this is science about things that don't exist, but they are presented as they were exist, but in that, and with giving some semblance of proof, or just scientific gibberish added to that, this terminology which many people don't understand, new terms not explained, so it sounds scientifically, but this is not science, but that's all. Sophistry instead of proofs.
Yeah, and like we say, we're always welcome to if there's any science fiction guys out there that want to come and tell us about your science, fictional science that perhaps they made up back in the day, that might have become made it into science. Like it may have transitioned from made up to globe science, right? There may have been some sort of a leap from science fiction to globe science, as we've seen recently with the contradictory terms. I think it's dangerous because of the gaslighting that goes on. Obviously, people are fooled by people like Rumpus. I mean, not many people round here, but there are people that at least say outwardly that Rumpus is a clever guy. I think I heard Brian Leakey say that Rumpus was a clever man. I've heard many other people say that Rumpus is a clever guy. I don't personally think so. He doesn't really seem to know the basic concepts of geometry, although he does speak like he says he does. Doesn't ever show anything. There's a lot of people like that within this arena. So if any of those people want to come in, you will get a fair hearing. That's what we do. We want to communicate with them and want to communicate about these things, specifically within this format of the Trivium. Now, the Trivium, it isn't globe or flat earth or anything really. It's just a way of acquiring knowledge. So anyone should be able to come and have a talk about these basic concepts of how we structure grammar, logic, and rhetoric together. I think we showed that the logic part of this is the problem for people, particularly for anyone with the globe in their mind, because you can't structure logic with any emotional attachment, and that not meaning emotional like that, but the attachment of a model can cloud your thinking within the logical framework. You have to be open to everything when you formulate your logic. You can't be clouded in your thoughts, and you can't allow emotions to come into a logical argument. It just doesn't, it's not involved. Get a pictures of the water level in the background, horizontal. No matter what people like Blue Marble Science say, don't believe them. What is, and it's very simple. And of course that can happen on a globe. A globe is just whatever you think it is. So if we know that in reality level is horizontal, just put it on the globe and go about your daily life. Don't obsess about it. You literally will end up going mad. Reality is what reality is. Level is horizontal. The same as reality is reality. They're just different words. If you had another word for reality, you could say reality is what we live in. Same as level is horizontal. It's not going to change, and you thinking something different won't make reality change around you because of your thoughts.
Yeah, the law of identity again, it applies always. We went over that a while back too.
Yeah.
And with the logical symbols, you have the P is materially equivalent to P, where P is the identity of whatever you're talking about. So if we take horizontal as the identity of what we're talking about now, a horizontal plane, that word horizontal being the identity then is materially equivalent to horizontal. You can't then take a plane at an angle and also call that horizontal. That is a violation of the law of identity because they are no longer materially equivalent at that point.
Very well put. Yeah, very well put. Take that on. Yeah, it's not just because it's got the same letters in it.
No,
They
it's
have to
because
be
the
the
word
same.
actually means something. You're actually referring to something in reality. You're predicating upon this plane that it is horizontal. That's what you're doing. So you can't predicate on a different kind of plane at a different angle than the horizontal one. That one also is horizontal. That's a violation of the law of identity.
Yeah.
Yes, because to produce true statement, you have to have this material part, not only formal, but material. It means linked to reality, and to fulfill Aristotle's definition of truth, the thought has to be in agreement with reality, with what we see. So what we think and what we see in reality, this is the truth. This connection between two things, our thought and perceived reality. So that's why horizontal has to be compared to reality, not just saying that I will call that horizontal because I like this word. No, it has to be linked to reality, not to fantasy, not to model, to reality. Then it is true statement.
And yes, I would build on that and say you have to use the material, as in the reality, in your argument, because you're going to give this argument to somebody else who then have to be able to go and verify whether or not your argument is valid or not by checking it to reality. That is crucial.
Yes, of course. If statements wouldn't be in connection with reality, then even common notions wouldn't work. Like this sun is shining, because if nobody can see sun, this statement is empty. But if we all know that sun is shining, it means it is common notion, and we can all always relate something to this, to reality. The same is with horizontals. And what we see in reality is horizontal being straight, and then we can compare our statement or name or definition to reality. And because it matches reality, being straight and perpendicular, parallel, etc., it means that the statement and the definition is true. That's it.
And isn't it interesting that what you guys are talking about obviously is the Aristotelian view of logic with the three logical axioms: principle of identity, law of excluded middle, law of non-contradiction. And isn't it interesting that they stood for the better part of 2,000 years, maybe more than that, until some people decided to come along with explosive logics, other logics, different logics, and then paradoxes. And now, especially law of excluded middle and law of non-contradiction have gone so much by the wayside that people like us that are touting Aristotelian logic and those three laws are somehow off the deep end. We've somehow lost the plot.
I think it's amazing. I think it's
Isn't it?
extra amazing just how quick that turnaround happened. Like if you take the historical, into consideration there, I think that's the most amazing thing is how fast they managed to flip that around to where the opposite is now the common and most widely accepted way of logic, as far as experience shows in this Discord anyway.
Yeah, you to the point now where you can have acceptable paradoxes. You can have a contradiction of a given identity. It can be that thing and it's simultaneously the opposite of that thing. It's completely amazing.
It really is. And I also want to back up paper what you said about common notions, because we went over this one word a few months back. It's gnosis, starting with a G, gnosis, which is the idea of knowledge that you acquire through direct experience. So we can all directly experience, like what you said, the sun is shining, as an example. We can all directly experience that. That's why you can say that, and you know it's true, because you can actually go out there in reality and experience it, have true gnosis that what you just said is actually true.
Yes, because it is easily verifiable. So you can verify every day that common notions. That's why they are common, because you don't need to go vacuum of space to see something. But you can do it every day.
Yeah,
Or
common as in for everybody. Everybody falls under this category of common because we're all the same. Like species-wise, it's common to us all. So we can all go out and experience this. It's not
yes,
hidden
yes,
from anyone. Nobody is excluded.
yes. That's why it is very strong in definitions and in proofs. It is very strong um, demonstration if you are referring to common notion and axioms. But axioms are they are common notions for your reason, but common notions per se are just what we see in reality. So physical world that we can perceive with our senses. So these are strictly common notions, but we have common notions in our mind, but it is of course invisible. But things that, for example, that part is not a whole, or that one thing cannot be other thing, this is what we understand automatically. So it's like automatic thinking. We don't need to, and we even cannot prove that, because you cannot prove that part is not a whole. That's why this is axiom, but we know that.
I think the identity was one of the main things that we hit upon. I guess we already knew it, right? But it became very apparent with certain people that this is an issue for them. For many people, identifying the thing that they're talking about, whether it be the thing or the argument, the identity of whatever becomes a problem. And there's a lot of aggression that comes when you start asking questions of that identity. Some of the sophist results occur, and they normally tell you that they don't want to talk to you because you're asking silly questions or whatever, but they're not silly questions. These are the sort of things that you got when you were at school as a child and you asked the teacher a question and they said, "Oh, stop being silly. Stop asking that. That's a silly question." Well, there is no silly questions. That usually means they can't answer. And it's okay to do it to children, apparently, because I know it must have existed, because it still does. And if a child, an inquisitive mind, asks a question of an adult that the adult can't answer, I mean, depends in what situation and how that how you arrive at that question or with the answer and what sort of answer you're going to get. But when you get an answer that's obvious gaslighting or a lie, then how do you react to it is one of the big things within this arena, or the arena of life, let's say, because you definitely meet the people that you find it difficult to communicate with. This may be one of the issues within it.
I would agree with that. And I have an example of a conversation that I think could like elucidate something. It's someone told me that binary thinking is a logical fallacy. And I had to ask him some questions, of course, of what he meant by binary thinking. And because to me, what you see here, A cannot be both A and B. Every statement is either true or false. There's nothing in between. An object is what it is, the law of identity. These three in mind, then to me, logic is about being able to reduce a statement to its simplest form to where you can make a positive or negative statement about it. It either is or it is not. It's either or, binary. So I had to clarify there, like, what do you mean about binary thinking being a logical fallacy when the point of logic is to be able to distinguish a yes or a no at the end? And we ended up arriving at the, common understanding that he was talking about a name for a specific fallacy, which is the false dichotomy fallacy. So he was confusing me, but by questioning and the meaning of what he said, we were able to come to terms that he actually was simply talking about the idea of false dichotomy fallacy.
Yes, in fact, in logic, we are going into true dichotomy, and of course, false dichotomy is opposite because it is not dichotomy. It looks like dichotomy, but it is not. So, but still, true dichotomy, there is there somewhere true dichotomy, but we didn't recognize it, or someone misled us into false dichotomy. So we are in the middle. We found this middle, unfortunately, which is one of the opposites, which is not opposite really. So we have to get rid of this and find true dichotomy. So that's why it is fallacy, because we are not in true dichotomy. Therefore, we cannot find true answer because there is something in the middle still. And we have to find true dichotomy to get rid of this third option.
Yeah, well said. That
Yeah.
was what I was trying to convey, yes.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, it's the excluded middle, isn't it? They want to start including it within the paraconsistent logics.
Yes, and this law of identity is also troublesome for Globers because in logic, of course, truth is considered as entity, so it exists, and false, it is not exists. So to identify in physics entity, it has to be real in physical reality, and model is only just representation of the idea of the thing. So it is not sufficient. So it always has to be proven to exist. Yes or no, exists or not. Not describing how beautiful model it is, but you have to prove its existence, to be or not to be, so to say.
Logic. We were having a discussion ages ago about this. That these three laws always seem to come in threes, but I think there was a fourth one, wasn't there? The double negative, which within a logical statement and mathematical as well. You have to include it.
Yes, double
And
negative.
grammar also.
Yeah.
Yes, it is commonly used to disprove something because through double negatives you can show, for example, contradiction in terms or in conclusions, contradictions in chain logic. It is useful. I haven't got at hand example, but I have read some examples of that kind of double negatives because this is method of abduction to reduce, to cut off from impossibilities, and you have to you are going to for example, conclusion that what it is not, for example, but by double negation. But it doesn't sound clear what I say, but maybe I will somewhere find example of that. It is interesting and funny at the same time to read that statement.
Yeah, well, like say, we've got these Trivium books, and I've got the Organon coming too. So there are a series of fallacies listed, and obviously because these logical ideas are primarily there to get to the truth of things, the people that want to steer you away from the truth have to have certain ways to trick you, right? In order for you to push their untruths upon you, they have different ways of doing that, and the fallacies occur within the structure of the logic. But I think mainly you're never going to get to those fallacies. They're clever and all, and they're worth knowing about. But the main thing, it comes down to these basic laws. Nearly every time we've done this with any subject, if you break it down, use advanced simplicity to break it down to its most simple components, you don't need to get to those areas with the fallacies. You can normally identify the problem at this base level. And if anybody's listening, or it gets too complicated or whatever within the conversation, and you think that Paper and Saragaki, they're talking beyond, it's not really, it's simple stuff, isn't it? It just the words
yes.
that you're using and the way that you're formulating this logic, it's like a different language, but it's really not that complicated.
It is, in fact, it is a simple, very simple language, and because when I read some logic stuff, let's say, it was striking for me that this is these books written in logic language are very simple. There are few words. There is no abundance of poetry and many expressions. No, just few words repeating over and over again. Because if you have, for example, the same argument, you are using the same words. There is no need to bring new words. So in a sense, these logic books are very poor in vocabulary. They are poor. So this is very simple, and this is for me. It was a shock for me that these complicated things are written in very simple words, repeating over and over again, but in different manner, for example, but the same words. So it is really simple. It just need reader just need to focus on these words, and they are not very many in that kind of writings. So the problem is in focusing mind on that words and this logic, and you don't need to focus on the abundance of words. Word salad. There is no word salad there, and that's why I like it.
I think as well the reasoning process that goes on means that these words, the simple words, have a reasoning thing that goes on in your mind, and that then has a much bigger impact in the memory of the thing. If you're reasoning stuff through logic, it normally tends to stick a bit better because it accesses that part of the brain that memories and connections are made, isn't it? The neural pathways are linked at that time, which normally helps you to come to that reasoning process. Providing it's been explained well enough. And if we're not doing that, let us know and we'll try it a bit better.
There was an example of this brought up by Brian's logic yesterday about what's his name, refracted curvature, who changed his mind because he got offered up a logical argument. And to back up what you were saying about drawing new associations, accessing that part of your brain, your mind, that allows you to think a thought that you haven't necessarily thought before, to draw a new association, to have that light switch go off because of logic. Go on, sorry. Light switch go on because of logic. It is actually something that happens practically. And accessing that part which allows you to draw new associations and link logically one thing to the next. It's something that you can practice it, but you can also just get it on the spot once you see it. It's that part of associating one thing to the other logically. I think that's an important thing to keep in mind.
And this is hard part because especially nowadays, because if you are reading something unbiased and you really don't know what this guy is talking about, but you can just focus on that, you can grasp it more easily than if you are starting with your own bias. Because in logic statements, if you have some bias, it would always distract you, and you will know you will be not able to make these associations and links so easily, because your bias is just disturbing your process of understanding what the author of this writing meant to write, because you have your own bias and you think that he wrote this, but no, he wrote something, he meant something else. And this is the greatest, I think, problem with reading logical statements or writings, because reader is putting his own bias, his own knowledge, his own experience. And it is sometimes difficult to get rid of this in process of reading someone's thoughts, because this thinker or philosopher is putting his thoughts on the table. So to grasp his thoughts, it would be wise to just get rid of my own thoughts about what he is meaning to write. This is sometimes very difficult, but and need training, I think. For me, it was very painful process in the beginning, because at some point I realized that I just have to quote unquote forget about everything I know and just listen what the guy is talking to me through his writing and nothing else. So that was my painful process of learning reading logical of his philosophical writings.
Yeah, it's tough
I
not to take your own logic into logic, isn't it?
Yes, yes. I called it bias, my own
Yeah.
bias.
I would say the same thing is true in verbal communication too, because I think maybe even more prone to be true in verbal communication, as when you're writing something, you do have the time to sit there and really think about how you want to phrase yourself. However, in verbal communication, you may not want to take that time. You may just want to try and get out your point as fast as you can and not necessarily express it properly and cause confusion. So I think it's true in verbal communication as well, and maybe even more so that both parties in a dialogue need to have some foundation in the trivium, especially grammar and rhetoric. I would say that in order for these two parts to have a back and forth dialogue, they would both need to have some sort of a foundation with grammar and rhetoric, at least in order to understand the words being used. And like you said, also focus on what's actually being said. Pinpoint the identity of this conversation. What are we talking about? It's crucial, and I think it's very crucial in verbal communication as well.
Hey.
For example, like that something may seems to be that and it is not that. Uh, mm, I would say this is my discussion with Sleeping Warrior about difference between relative density and relation between densities, because it would seem that this is the same, but this is not, because subject is in first example would be density, relative density, and predication on density would be relative. So the subject is density, but I would say that the cause of gravity is proportion of density. So I am changing subject. So if we are talking about relative density and proportion between densities, we are talking about two different things. But some people may think that we are talking about the same thing. No, we are not. I am talking about proportion and someone else is talking about density. But many people cannot catch this difference. But in discussion, it would occur that we are talking about two different things. And the audience, for example, may think that we are talking about the same thing. So that's my example of identifying subject or object of discussion.
Yeah, the withholding of assent. I like that. Suspension of judgment. I do like the idea of the withholding of assent. Sounds better. Because I guess the idea of assent is to elevate some idea to that position of truth.
Yes, as proven. But
Yeah.
if you hold that opinion, there is some reservation in that, and it is not offensive. So for opponent, so we can have different opinions on something, and we don't need to kill each other for that. So this is very very civil way to discuss, for example, opinions. But sometimes it doesn't work if it is about logical proofs. So yes, if we are dealing with opinions based on weak arguments and or dialectic arguments, yes, but some things are provable and undeniable. So it is not an opinion then. But some people are trying to make them happy with denying, for example, irrefutable proof. So this is a different situation. But in opinions, yes, absolutely, and it should be. But sometimes people are shouting at each other, and they are talking about their opinions only. For example, football or whatever.
I want to bring up an example from the chat. It's probably an old example that happens a lot. It's somebody makes a statement or a claim, and you what's it called? You practice epoche. You ask them, okay, can you formulate an argument around your statement? Can we have a back and forth on this? Like, I'm not gonna give your statement, like I'm not gonna give it my assent. I want to actually get to the bottom of it first. And I think that's fair on both ends. However, we, by experience, can say that a lot of people who come in and make such claims in the Discord, they don't want to take the next step of formulating an argument. And so yeah, these three new words, epoche and the other two I cannot remember that you talked about last week, I think they are great words. And it's amazing that this Discord server is able to dig out these lost words of history and take them back. Like, these are our words.
About epoche, I think it is a very good position because, for example, some people are insisting that you have to believe them, their opinion as proven, and if you are not accepting it, they are starting to call your names and that you are stupid or whatever. But this epoche, this is like a law, your privilege to suspend your belief. You have to, this epoche states that in ancient times, people knew that opponent in discussion has privilege and right to be skeptic or to suspend his belief. That this is not that someone is telling you about, for example, a globe, and if you don't believe, so so you are treating me like a liar, you are dishonest, or whatever. No, this epoche, this is the rule also, and civil discussion, that you have right to suspend your belief in discussion when you are not convinced about argument. this is your right to keep that epoche in discussion. So
Yeah, 2 points on that, I think, is if, like, number one, that this idea that you have the right to do that, withhold your belief until convinced by the proof or the truth, right? That seems to be out the window now. Like you said, they will just start, calling you names or whatever if you don't instantly just take their statement as fact. However, my point number two here is also in a debate setting. If it was the case that you did not have this right, that you're supposed to just take it at face value instantly, then there is no such thing as a debate anymore, because then the first person who gets the first words in are just gonna claim victory at that point. So this is very important, this.
yes, that that's debates. There are not debates now, but sometimes there are. Maybe not on this in this arena, but yes, and they can last like 3 or 4 or 5 hours, and it is based on that epoche also, that they are withdrawing this belief, they are suspending, and then they are even progress in debate, because first point would kill the debate. First statement will kill debate. Yes, you're right.
Yeah. I've not watched many debates. I watched a few, and there has been debates where even after it's over, both parties still disagree. Like, there will be civil and treat each other with respect still, no problem. But they will still disagree because they were not convinced by the argumentation from the other side. And I think that's perfect that that's, allowed to do. Just agree to disagree at the end because you could not convince me by proper argumentation. I think that's valid.
Yes, I have seen many this that kind of debates. So civil, they were unconvinced, both sides, of course, but I learned about debates from that debates a lot, and I learned about argumentation and refutations. So this rebuttals, addressing the points and not addressing the points. So yes, and that would be example debate for me, and I am longing for that kind of debate here also. Maybe not so long, not 5 hours, but with definitions, with Socratian method, with cross-examination questions, or crossfire questions, and rebuttals, and rebuttals to rebuttals, and closing statements, opening statements, and so on. So this is structured, civil, normal, like cultural people can do.
I think it's a tricky arena to get that going, because to have a debate, I think you would need an argument. I think Bev's made that point a few times, that how can you debate without an argument? So in this arena, I think you're gonna have trouble doing that, especially with these Discord sock accounts, right? Maybe if you can get a real person who is just not into this topic or arena on the internet at all, maybe then you could get a proper debate, maybe. But still, he's gonna have, or her, is gonna have real issues actually formulating an argument. So that's a tricky one.
I
Yes,
don't think anyone outside this arena would ever contemplate debating some of the things that we would want to be debating.
I think you're right.
That's the strange part, isn't it? We're coming at this with such basic concepts that it becomes difficult for anybody who outside this arena to debate against it. There's only crazy people in this arena that will want to debate
It's easy.
against
It's easy, Bev.
simplicity.
It's easy.
It's easy to debate against reality, Brenda.
It's easy to debate against you.
You have no argument, Brenda. That's obvious.
For what?
I mean, well, just
anything.
show us. Yeah, give us your best
For what?
argument
For what?
for debating purposes. What is your best argument?
All men are mortal. Socrates was a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. There you go.
yes, this is from Wiki. Okay, so
Nice.
It's not from
this is-
Wiki. It's from Aristotle.
yes, okay, no, but in Wiki we can find it in Wiki also.
Yeah.
So what? So
The-
what?
The
so
problem
what?
is that you don't want to debate. You
All
say
men are
it.
mortal.
You get here, you get on the YouTube and you say, and you don't want to debate people. You've had people debate you, and
There's
you
never
just
been anybody
refuse to.
debate anything,
Yes,
Brenda. we
you
know
have.
that.
You have.
No.
You simply refuse to accept the conclusion of the debate. You simply refuse.
There has been no
Conclusion?
debate, Brenda.
There has been. People have been on your channel, debated you.
No, they've
Bev.
come here and talked to us. They've not
Yeah, they have.
debated anybody here.
Yes.
We've not had a debate on this channel ever.
Yes, you have.
No, we haven't,
Many
Brenda.
of them.
No, we
you have.
haven't.
Well, you can just lie like you did with Rhetoric. You lie, but that doesn't make
Brenda.
you a debater.
Brenda, that's not a valid tactic, is it?
Yes, I agree. Lying is not a valid tactic. Nobody respects you, Bev, because you just
why
lie.
are you doing it then, Brenda?
Nobody respects you, Bev,
Um,
because you're a liar.
Brenda, this is really bad tactics.
Fine. Do you want to debate? Is that what you want?
Not with a dialetheist, no.
I'm not a dialetheist.
Yes, you
I've told
are.
you many times that I'm not. You're
Mhm.
lying again when you say I'm a dialetheist. That's a lie. I've told you I'm not. So you continuing that is a lie.
But you have
It's
shown us
slander.
you are.
It's
Brenda.
no, you haven't. You can't prove
No,
that.
you have
But
shown
you-
us you are.
No, that's just you not understanding elementary school logic and reasoning. You can't understand elementary school concepts.
Okay, how
No,
long,
we-
Brenda? Seriously.
Well, I want to challenge Bev or Paper Organist or anybody else to a debate, a real debate.
About what?
Pick your subject. I don't know what subjects you're most compassionate about.
You are the one who is wanting a debate. What do you want to debate, Brenda?
I came in, I just heard Paper complaining that he doesn't get any debates. I just heard Bev complaining that nobody wants to debate him. Well, I'm offering to debate you.
Complaining, Brenda. I was just making a statement.
I'm offering. Where's your debate?
Nobody
You wanna
wants to debate a dialetheist. He
I'm not a
told you.
dialetheist.
Yes,
That's
you are.
Slander.
Yes,
That's
yes, you are.
slander. That's slander.
You are a dialetheist.
No,
That's
Brenda,
that's a
you said-
lie, and it would not be permitted in a debate. You would be removed.
If
a
it
lie.
could be proven that you are a dialetheist in a debate, yes,
Oh,
that
you
would
wanna
be
debate
allowed,
that?
and that would
You
be
wanna debate that?
proving that you are false, saying something
Yeah.
false.
Do
Yeah.
you want to debate that then? Whether I'm a dialetheist?
You said that you can hold the, contradictory definitions, and this
False.
guy Rob
False.
Perks supported you, and he said that
False.
the science can use different than scientific definition of,
Yeah,
for example,
false.
of level. So
False.
this
False.
is true. You are
So explain to us
false.
why are you a dialetheist?
I am not a dialetheist.
Oh, you most certainly are.
Well, you have to either stop your slander or support your claim.
Okay. Can a straight line bend, Brenda?
In a straight line bend. What's the definition of a straight line?
You see, here we're gonna go into the dilithium part, right?
No,
Now,
that's just straight. That's just straight
dialetheist
geometry. That's just straight
Can a
mathematics.
straight line bend, Brenda? Yes
What
or
is
no?
your definition of a straight line?
No.
You see?
This is yes or no question.
Yeah, you have to define your terms if you're going to argue. You don't
It
know
is-
that?
It is
You don't
defined in
know that you
Euclid.
have to define your terms? What
This is where the
a-
dialetheism takes place,
No, it
right
isn't.
here,
No, it
right
isn't.
now.
No, it isn't. Any mathematician will tell you you need to define the
And
the
I
terms
disagree
that
with
you are
Bev.
using
He says
in an
reality is
argument.
Euclidean.
Any mathematician
Well,
will
that's
tell you.
just a
is-
claim.
You
it is
He
can't
doesn't-
have
he hasn't proven
undefined
that.
terms.
And in fact,
It is
Okay,
already
define a
defined.
straight line. What is a
Isn't-
straight line,
You
Brenda?
tell me what definition you're using. Tell me.
Brenda, it's a straight line.
Tell me, what is that? What is the definition?
What is a straight line? Come on, Brenda.
That's not a definition. Saying a straight line is a straight line is not a definition.
Yes, this is why
This
we
is what a
can't debate
dialetheist
with
does.
you, Brenda.
This is
You
not
don't
dialeth- of
know the
course.
definition of a straight line.
Uh,
That's
I
terrible,
do.
Brenda.
I do. You don't. That's the problem. You don't
See,
know.
this is why you
Okay,
can't
so
you
this
debate
straight
with you,
line
Brenda.
that you know exists,
So
can it bend?
we have to have a common understanding of the terms that we are talking about.
Yes. It's starting
what
at a
is it?
straight line.
Common understanding means Euclidean understanding.
No, that's not what common understanding means.
This would be not consensus between me and you.
Mm-hmm.
No, so
No.
common understanding does not mean Euclidean. That's not
Yeah,
what
it
that
does.
word
Yes,
Brenda.
this is
That's not what
common.
it means.
Yes,
That's
yes,
not what it
means. Yes.
What
That's
is the
why I put
definition
a clip
of a
in the
straight line?
main chat for everybody to look at and listen to. It's Brenda saying that reality is non-Euclidean. This is why
That's
you
correct. That's
cannot
correct.
you cannot debate with Brenda.
That doesn't follow.
It does,
Einsteinian-
because the definition of a straight line is Euclidean.
That's false. That's another falsehood. But the other thing, Bev, is that Einsteinian general relativity, right, is non-Euclidean. And Einsteinian relativity describes reality. It
That's
is
what a
reality.
I
dialetheist
say
would
it doesn't, and
Exactly that.
No, it's not
I don't
dialetheist. There's no contradictions in general relativity.
I
No
don't give a
contradictions.
shit to Einstein's general or special or
You don't
whatever reality.
understand. You don't understand.
I
elementary
understand,
school.
and this is bullshit for me. And I
Yeah,
don't
you don't
accept.
understand
relatively.
elementary school, so why would I think you would understand relativity?
That's why we are talking about Euclidean, the
Right.
definition of straight line.
Now, Euclidean geometry doesn't define a straight line. Straight
What?
lines are undefined.
Brenda, it
Straight line.
definitely does. It's there.
Absolutely false.
It's
You
in
have-
the
Your
definitions.
dialetheism is
Absolutely false.
shining.
Straight
Brenda,
line
your
is
dialetheism
that.
is shining
This is not
Like a-
dialetheism.
like
This
a bright
is
light
you-
in the dark.
This is you lacking an understanding of elementary school mathematics.
Straight
No,
line
you
is
believe in
that.
two truths.
I do
Again,
not. I do not affirm
Brenda,
dialetheism.
definition is written here. A straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points. This is a definition of Euclid.
And when was that proposed?
It is
Book
definition.
1, definition
3,000
4. Book
In the
1,
days of
3,000 years ago.
Togas.
definition
In the
4.
days of
3,000
Togas.
years ago. In modern mathematics,
I don't
in
care
Euclidean
about
geometry,
modern.
straight lines
It's
are
no
not
different,
defined.
Brenda. It hasn't changed.
No, you're quoting something from 3,000 years ago. Nobody uses that anymore.
So tell us,
Nobody,
kid,
no,
okay, tell us your definition of a straight line
It's
then,
not a
Brenda.
formal. It's
Wait,
not a
SC.
formal definition.
He already did. He said it's undefined. So how can you have a
Undefined,
debate?
right, right.
How can you have a debate with somebody that
It's
says
not.
a word, a thing that is in reality that you can use that's undefined? How can you
Thank
debate
you,
with somebody
Buster.
like
Thank
that?
you.
In general relativity, it has a definition. Lines have definitions, but you wouldn't understand it. You wouldn't understand what a geodesic is.
A geodesic.
Yes,
At
those are
this
straight
point,
lines.
of course, Brenda has lost the debate by claiming a straight line is not defined in Euclid, yet it is definition 4, meaning you've lost the debate. Why are you here, Brenda?
Yeah.
It is not defined today. You're
Isn't
quoting
that what a
somebody from
dialetheist
3,000
would
years
say?
ago. You're
Hear
quoting
the
somebody from 3,000
dialetheism
years ago.
live, everyone on
Yeah.
YouTube. I hope
Yeah.
you're enjoying
Not
this.
dialetheism. This is you not understanding elementary grade school mathematics.
No, this
No,
is
I know
you
it.
trying to
Defined in
change
Euclid.
the definition of a straight line, Brenda.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
You're
you
not
are.
changing it.
Literally.
Not
That's
changing
not,
it, just saying it's
it's
undefined.
not a formal.
What?
It's not a formal definition. It's an informal. It's informal. It's
It's
colloquial.
in Euclidean geometry,
Yeah,
Brenda.
Euclid is not God. Euclid
There's
is
nothing
not
more
God, Bev.
fundamental than this.
Euclid is not God, Bev. Euclid did not look upon the world and perceive its true essence, right? Euclid is not God. Euclidean geometry is not reality.
A
What
straight
the
line,
hell are
Brenda,
you saying,
a
Brenda?
straight line
Yes,
won't
yeah.
change because you
Euclidean
define it
geometry.
differently. It is the same thing. It will
No,
not
Euclidean
change
geometry.
what it is.
Euclidean geometry is not reality. It is a description, and general relativity is a better description.
Line, Brenda.
You see, this is what my original question does to a dialetheist.
No,
A straight
No.
line. This is all because of a simple question. What is a straight line? And
That's
can
right.
it bend?
because it's not formally defined in mathematics.
Brenda, give it up. You're a dialetheist. That's
That's
it.
not dialetheism. You don't know what dialetheism is.
Yes, I do.
What
You
is it?
believe in two truths.
Is
You
that a
believe-
standard
what are the
answer,
two
Brenda?
truths?
Really?
What are the two truths? Montreal, what are the two truths I believe in?
You believe a straight line can be both straight and bend.
That's false.
Oh, really?
Really.
Okay, your model, right? If we were to start drawing a straight line on the surface of your model, right? Can we draw it indefinitely?
Sure.
For how long? Indefinitely, right?
Infinitely.
And it'll be straight. It'll be straight on the surface of your model. This line, will it be straight if it meets itself?
It will meet the definition of straight in my model. Yes.
But it would be going around a sphere, right?
It would
start
meet
at
the
one point.
Can't answer that.
I have a
Brenda can't
definition.
answer that.
I have a definition. It would fulfill the definition.
So now you're changing. Before you said there is no definition. Now it seems that you're saying a straight line is a circle, Brenda.
It's not a formal definition.
So that would be
Okay,
dialetheist explanation right there and then, like
Yeah,
bang, wham.
you haven't even the slightest clue how to formalize a definition within mathematics.
I
You
think
have
I would
not the
end the
slightest
debate
clue.
right
At
there.
home.
Right. So in my system, the shortest path between 2 points is what I would call a straight line. But I wouldn't say that that's a formally rigorous definition.
Yeah, but first of all, you said there's no defining. Thank you, Buster, for bringing that out. Now you're saying a straight line can meet itself around the sphere and
Sure.
still be defined as a straight line.
Well,
That's dialetheism.
SC, give him some breathing room. Like, she don't want to be a dialetheist. That's okay, because what this is relativism at its best.
This isn't relativism. This is just mathematics. It's not relative at all. You're just idiots who can't understand elementary school math.
What do they say about a
Really,
debate?
any
The
mods
first one that
around?
insults, what happens? How does that look when you insult in a
Are we
debate?
debating? I didn't realize we're
Okay,
debating.
not
Are
a
we
debate, in a conversation. Even in
No,
a
we're not
conversation.
debating. Then so there. Too bad. Cry harder.
Agreed, we're not
room.
debating. But
There is
even
no
in a
debate.
conversation,
Go
when
to
you
your
insult
room
somebody, when
and
your
cry.
argument is weak, Brenda,
Go
when
to
your
your
argument
room.
is weak and you resort to insulting, what does that make you?
Come on, SE. Brenda doesn't have an argument.
But
This is a tactic to
even in
not
a
have the
conversation,
argument.
Yeah.
Pretty
Don't play
obvious.
with us, you dialetheist. We're gonna expose you every time.
That was easy, saying Euclid doesn't define a straight line. You could just post definition 4 straight out of Euclid.
Did Brenda
Brenda
leave?
has lost. Yeah, Brenda left.
But wait a minute, that's relativism. Like when you take something that has been defined with proofs and conceptually proof on proof on proof, which is Euclidean, but then you go to say a straight line is undefined, then she goes to say that a straight line follows the geodesic and meets itself, that's a circle. I mean, that's relativism. It can be this or that, whatever I choose for it to be that fits my opinion.
Yeah.
It's relativism.
Yes, sir. That's how you handle a dialetheist.
Yeah, relative dialetheism.
Yeah.
You can have as many truths as you want, providing they are relative to the model or particular subject you're talking about.
I mean, for crying out loud, she brought up general relativity. Come on. It's not relativism.
the main thing. Yeah. White is not white.
Euclidean. Yeah. Sorry.
No, you go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, Buster.
No, I mean, to use a non-Euclidean geometry to try to describe reality where a straight line isn't straight anymore, it could be something else, or it could meet itself. That's relativism. It's why it's called general relativity.
She wants to debate one of us, and she can't even go past a straight line. It's
Brenda's
incredible.
getting jealous because I'm getting offers from modern day debates. They want me to debate again.
She's jealous.
Yeah, I think so. I think Brenda wants a piece of it. Brenda's meant to be the debateist, but obviously now been exposed as a dialetheist and unable to debate. So I'm not too sure where Brenda would want to debate, but it might be interesting, you know, to go over there.
I swear I was sitting in my chair, I was nodding off, and I heard Brenda's voice, and I go, what's that? And I got sprung in. I go, oh, she just woke me up. Okay, she's going to pay for this. Like even half asleep, Brenda, half asleep, you can get exposed by any one of us as a dialetheist.
Yeah, that's a pretty safe bet, that one, isn't it?
Yep.
Well, it was Brendan that taught us that, right? I'd never have thought about that, thinking that sort of thing about people until Brenda came in and taught us all about paraconsistent logics.
She just came in to attack you, to bully you. That's all that was.
No, that was a setup. Brenda wants to work in a debate, and you know, like they do the smack talk, the old WWFE crowd.
Oh,
Brenda, that was the aggression thing.
The publicity.
Smash you. Yeah, that one. That. Oh, look, here's Rumpus. Look at this teamwork.
Hey, Rumpus.
I see. I don't know what you think.
Are you and Brenda ever been seen together in the same room? Let's just change accounts.
If you don't understand that the definition of a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points, then you really do need to.
No, thank you. That was well done, Rumpus. Brenda couldn't do that though.
Didn't she?
You just did it in one sentence. Thank you.
Didn't she? Oh, I thought she could. Okay, I thought she must have said that. Okay.
No. That you can't do that.
Okay, well, that is the definition of straight line. The definition given in Euclid is just bollocks, and everybody who has ever analysed Euclid has always regarded that.
Oh, you go with the definition that I use, have you?
Has been
it's distance between two straight lines.
The definition of a straight line.
What's the difference?
You've just been copying. It's not your definition, Bev. You're a dishonest wanker.
Where did I get that definition from?
I've no idea where you got it from. But if you did, it's a well-known universal definition of a straight line. And the fact you've forgotten.
It's not what Euclid uses, is it?
It's not what?
It's not what Euclid uses.
Yeah, who cares what Euclid does? It's not a very good definition by Euclid.
That's a good
What's the
admission
difference
then
between
by
a straight line
Rumpus.
and a curved line?
This is
Rumpus?
Straight line
better.
by Euclid as bollocks.
Yeah, so
The
the
definition
shortest
of-
distance is a bit
doesn't use
much
that
better
definition.
definer, right? Of
Yes, and that's
So
been the modern
Rumpus
definition
has
of a straight
now
line
claimed
for
Bev to be
centuries.
the
That's
better
been the
geometer
modern
than Euclid.
definition of a straight line for centuries. The
yeah,
Euclid
because it
definition is
stops it
bollocks.
from being on a curve, doesn't it? If you say the shortest distance between the 2 points.
No, it doesn't. It's exactly.
Yeah, of course it does.
The
The shortest distance will always
No.
be the shortest distance between those 2 points.
Not
It
a
will be
curve.
a
Is it
straight. No,
geodesic?
not on a
Yes,
curve.
yes,
No,
Yes.
No.
Yes. Yes.
no.
Yes.
No.
You moron.
No,
If you're
this
No, the
is
restricted to
shortest
being on the
distance between
surface,
2 points
the
will
shortest distance
always
between
be
the
a straight
2
line.
points on the surface of a sphere,
No,
for instance.
no,
isn't
no,
a
for
curve.
instance.
No,
No, this is
moron.
bad
He called you a
example.
moron. He must be
Utter
right.
moron.
This is
If you're
bad
restricted
example.
to the
Called you a
surface of
moron.
a football, say, the shortest distance between those 2 points is a curve.
No,
and
it's
that's
not.
why
It's a straight
in
line,
spherical
Rumpus. It'd go
geometry,
through the.
that
It
the
would go
straight
through
line
the
is a
center
curve.
or through the inside.
You moron! I just
like a
told you you're
chord.
restricted in spherical geometry to the surface. Do you
2D.
not understand
FOE.
that? You moron!
Yeah, but
We
we're
are
not
not-
talking
we-
about
we-
spherical
we
geometry.
We are
Well,
not.
I was, and that you
Well,
claim
you should.
couldn't
You
so
have.
shouldn't do that. Yeah.
Yes, you can. That's what
No, we just
spherical
talk about
geometry is
reality,
You
Rumpus.
are
It's all right.
restricted in spherical geometry.
Just
to
talking
the
about
surface
reality,
of
Rumpus,
a
not
sphere,
some
and
fictional
the
thing that you're
shortest
thinking
distance
about.
between 2 points on the
Not
surface
some
of a sphere
fictional
is a
two-dimensional
geodesic.
surface.
And if you
Rumpus.
don't understand that, then
Hey,
you
Deb,
are
do you
a
think I could ask
moron.
Rumpus a question?
Rumpus, you are wrong because
No, I'm right. That's
linking
correct.
linking 2 points with a straight line doesn't need any surface. You don't need any
Then
any
try listening
plane.
to me again, moron.
No,
in spherical
you
geometry,
no
you are
Easy on the
restricted.
morons,
no.
Rumpus.
You are
Easy.
I don't
restricted.
care.
You are restricted.
I want to
I've
hear
said
what
this
paper
5
has
times,
to say.
and
Can
the
we
fact
go
you
back to
haven't
paper, please?
absorbed it, I'll try it
This
again.
is one of the
In
tactics
spherical
of rhetoric.
geometry,
I don't
you
care
are
about-
restricted
Tactics,
to the surface
Rumpus.
of the sphere.
Everybody knows
And if
what
you
you're
do
doing,
that,
Rumpus.
then the shortest distance between 2 points on the surface of a sphere is a curve.
We didn't say on the surface of a sphere.
I know I did, and that's what spherical geometry is about. And we
that's
have
why
the same principle because the Earth is a sphere, that the shortest distance between 2 points on the surface of the Earth is a curve.
He just said it outright.
Yeah.
This guy sounds like a
no.
I mean,
That-
this is
that's
so simple,
why-
it's ridiculous. You're a
that's
moron.
why
I mean, you don't understand
the-
simple geometry. And yet
simple
you profess to know
geometry
something
is-
about it.
Simple geometry
You're a
is
moron.
Euclidean geometry. This is simple geometry. And by the way, this definition of Euclid is better for me because it refers only to points, not to the surface. Surface is defined later.
Mhm.
So
Yes, try
if you
listening.
are
It's the
if you
shortest
wait
distance between
wait
2 points,
Rumpus,
and on a
wait
surface,
Let him
Wait,
finish.
I am-
Let him finish, Rumpus.
wait, please wait. You cannot, in definitions, in logic, you cannot define something prior with something posterior.
no
This
one's
is-
claiming to do that. You just
You
made that
you
up.
are doing that because
I'm
you
not.
are
Yeah,
you
you
are
are.
The
describing
definition of
Yeah,
a
you are.
straight line
The-
is
you
the
are
shortest
describing-
distance between 2 points.
you are
That's the
describing
definition.
you are
But in
describing
spherical
Rumpus,
geometry,
please don't
you are
interrupt.
restricted in your
No,
path
no,
to
no,
the
no,
surface. It's
no,
very simple.
no. You
Yes,
cannot
you are.
restrict. You are restricting this distance with the surface, and surface should be defined later, not prior.
Tritheism. He
So
wants
you
it
are-
to be both.
this-
He wants
this
it
is
to be
bad-
dependent
this is
on
bad
the
definition.
surface.
And if you're restricted to a surface, so it's a different
No,
environment. On a
you
plane,
cannot.
on a plane, you have to
No,
travel
Rumpus.
through.
No,
you have to travel
that's-
along a surface if you're a line.
No, but
So in
Rumpus,
in the case of a straight plane, the line passes along through a plane, and that is
no,
a straight
no,
line.
absolutely not.
And a
Absol-
line
no,
then on a spherical surface
You are
has to
wrong.
be a curve.
you are wrong
I'm
because
absolutely correct, and the fact you
Beca-
don't understand
no,
that makes you
because
a moron.
in Euclid, when
Who cares
he's
about Euclid?
I care.
We don't care.
We
It's
we
the logical
we care.
formulation,
We
Rumpus.
care.
Yeah, we
All-
care
all-
about
You might
logic.
care,
Yeah,
but
we
it's
do.
2,000 years out of date. His
But
it's
definition of a
logic,
straight line
No,
is
it
not
is-
regarded as
Uh,
useful.
the line is described and defined before plane, because
no, I don't
without without
Don't
a
care.
straight without defining
Don't
straight
care.
line, you cannot have plane.
Well, that's why the spherical geometry is non-Euclidean.
And
That's why he's
without
only concerned with planar geometry
with no
or
line
or Euclidean geometry.
line
what
is
Rumpus, let me
triangle.
ask you a
Rumpus.
question, Rumpus.
Go ahead.
But before that, I think Mobius wants to get in.
Well,
Mobius.
let him finish what they're doing here, right?
Oh, I thought he was finished. Sorry,
no,
sorry.
we were still talking about it. Rumpus is
simple.
trying to redefine a straight line dependent
I'm
on
using
the
conventional modern definition.
surface.
No, I'm using the modern.
But the surface isn't
if you knew
even
anything about
defined,
geometry,
is what
you would
paper's saying,
recognise that My
Rumpus.
definition is the one that everybody who's a professional or knows about.
Oh,
the subject
come
matter,
on. A
and you're out on
professional
limb of your
what,
own idiocy.
Rumpus? A professional what?
A professional mathematician or someone who's concerned who
They would
works in
have
the
a
field
straight
of geometry.
line.
A professional mathematician would say that you have to define simple things first and complicated later, and you are trying to
You have
reverse
to
that.
define what a line's travelling along.
No,
And if you-
you,
and
No, you
no,
don't.
absolutely
I mean,
not.
yes, you do, because a line has to pass through a surface.
A line
No.
is straight, Rumpus. You
No,
know
it's not.
this.
Well, the definition of a straight line
In
is the
geometry,
shortest
a
distance. So
definition
the
of a
straight
line,
on
a
the
line,
surface of a
Rumpus,
sphere is
line,
defined as
a
straight, even
line,
though it's curved.
Rumpus, in
So a
mathematics
line,
is
the shortest
straight.
distance is curved on the surface of a sphere. You cannot deny that.
A straight line, Rumpus, is straight.
Not in spherical geometry, it isn't.
What, a
You
straight
don't
line
understand
isn't
what-
straight,
you
Rumpus?
don't
Are
understand
you
what
sure you know
spherical
what you're
geometry is.
saying?
Draw
So
a
what you
line
said,
on a
Rumpus.
football, Bev. What shape is it? Oh, it's curved, so you're wrong.
So
Idiot.
on your globe model, you haven't got straight lines. This is simple.
No, straight
Yes,
lines
no.
are defined. If you listen to what I said about 5 minutes ago, straight lines are defined as the shortest distance between 2 points. And on a surface of a sphere, that straight line, defined as straight,
That's
is
through
curved.
the sphere.
In a spherical geometry, a straight
That's a
line is
chord.
curved, and it's still called a straight line.
Straight
because if you
line's
mess-
curved, Rumpus.
No.
Listen
Yes,
to
in
yourself.
spherical geometry.
You're a
Yes, because
diletheist, Rumpus.
you're not
You're
familiar with
literally
geometry.
saying it.
You are
You're
ignorant of
screaming,
basic
Rumpus. I'm a
geometry.
fucking
You don't
diletheist.
understand the subject. You
Straight
don't know
lines
what
are
spherical
curved.
geometry is.
You just
On-
said it,
In
Rumpus.
spherical geometry, they are, yes. Go and look at the
You're
definition of
mad.
a straight line in spherical geometry. You're the only person. Well,
I'd say
your
you're
idiotic
listening to Fight the
acolytes
Flat
who
Earth from
believe
3 or
this.
4 years
you are
ago.
totally unfamiliar with basic geometry, and particularly unfamiliar with spherical geometry. My God.
Well,
Utterly
Brenda
ignorant.
told us that a straight line is a circle just before. Rumpus,
Yeah.
you agree with that statement?
Well, a straight line is defined as being the shortest distance between 2 points, but it's confined to the surface it has to move along.
Straight
can
line
you-
is not confined to anything.
Yes, it is.
No,
It's,
this
it's
distance
confined to the
between 2
dimensions it has
points.
to play with.
No, it
In
is
3D space, the shortest distance between 2 lines is a 3D thing. When it's on a surface, a straight line has to stick to the surface because that's what we're picking on. I mean, we need to know these
We're
things. For instance,
picking
if
on.
you're doing calculations between the distance between 2 points on a surface of a sphere,
Picking on
there's
lines.
lots of people spend their life deciding things like the Haversine formula. What is the shortest distance between these 2 points? And so you have to think.
You
well,
end
how am
up
I gonna
going,
do that?
it's
And so we
shorter,
define-
actually.
Given that the straight line is defined as being the shortest distance between 2 points, that changes with the geometry of the surface you're dealing with.
So if I start drawing a line heading west on your sphere, right? Will it meet itself? Can I come back and meet myself on the other side of the sphere?
Yeah, of course.
And so that's considered a straight line then.
Correct. Shortest distance between 2 points. Well,
So
obviously it
that would
be.
make it a circle, Rumpus. That's dialetheism,
No,
Rumpus.
it's not. It just agrees with the definition of the straight line, which is the shortest distance between 2 points on the surface you're dealing with, or the volume you're dealing with. I mean, you could do it in 5 dimensions, for instance. You could, if you were living in a 5-dimensional space and you wanted to know the shortest distance between 2 points in your 5-dimensional system, then you have to take into account those other 2 dimensions beyond the 3 that we normally live in.
Oh, don't
And if you-
confuse
Yeah, but how would you
yourself,
imagine
Rumpus.
such
Don't
a
do
thing,
that.
Rumpus?
Who cares if you're problems with your imagination? People who've got imagination, I know Bev hasn't, I mean, he's admitted he can't think about these things, but if you have the imagination of a mathematical and geometric imagination,
I
you can do it.
wrote Imaginometry, Rumpus.
You've agreed when you didn't have a
I
chat with
wrote
Ike and
the
Sarsak, you
entire
demonstrated
thing.
you couldn't imagine some basic things because your intellect is so low.
The
because you're stupid.
axioms, the
Your
postulates,
imagination is remedial.
and
You
the
do not- and this is half your
definitions all
problem.
sorted for you. Even a few of
Rumpus,
the
You have a
imaginings.
remedial IQ, Bev. That's your problem.
Stop that, Rumpus. You have XY, right? XYZ. That's 3D,
In 3D
right?
space, yeah.
Then your fourth is T. You draw another line,
Space,
right?
wait,
Somewhere.
that's space
Now,
time.
where's the
Sorry, talking about
fifth?
space.
Where do you put the fifth one? What's
No,
the
I'm
fifth
just saying,
dimension?
imagine a 5-dimensional space.
Just imagine
But I
it.
can't imagine such a thing, Rumpus.
You can't imagine. Well, that's your problem. I mean, people who are professional mathematicians have no problem doing such things.
Oh,
And if you have
come
problems,
on,
you can have
Rumpus.
5-dimensional space.
How do you
can have
train
any-
yourself
for
to
instance,
imagine
in
5
string
dimensions?
theory, we believe we live in an 11-dimensional space.
If
Yeah,
you
You
Michio
can,
believe
Kaku
it.
fantasizes this crazy
Imagination-
stuff.
No,
Imagine-
you're not familiar with science.
some
You're
good
not familiar
faith.
I'm
with
familiar. I
geometry.
even told you who came up with
Imagination-
it. Michio Kaku, a crazed scientist
didn't-
with white hair.
Who came up with what? What are you saying he came up with?
The 11 dimensions. He's one of them.
No, he didn't come up with that
The
theory.
string theory. Yeah,
No, he didn't invent string theory.
yeah, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yeah,
He's
go have a
proponent-
look.
No, he's a proponent of it, but he didn't invent it.
Okay, he's a proponent of it. A big
Yeah,
proponent
he
of
didn't
it.
invent it. So you're wrong when you said he invented it. He didn't.
So
but
who
he's a
invented
proponent.
it then? Oh, maybe
I'm
I
not-
was wrong. I'm not saying
I'm not.
I know
I don't
everything.
know off the top of my head, but it wasn't.
So how do you know
Michio
I'm
Kaku,
wrong then?
because I know it
Rumpus?
wasn't him.
Yeah.
I mean, it's invented. I mean,
Come on,
basic
okay.
string theory. When was
He
that?
knows it wasn't him.
It was.
Yeah. 11 dimensions, Rumpus.
Yeah.
They've made you believe there's 11 dimensions, bro.
Yes.
He can imagine it.
Well, we don't know
Yeah.
that. Well, we don't know that. For a
Doesn't
fact.
take
It's just
much. I mean,
conjecture.
after
We
you can
haven't-
imagine
we haven't got any
4.
experimental evidence for the existence of 11 dimensions, but it's quite possible that it does exist.
Oh, have you got faith, Rumpus, that there is an 11th?
No, I don't. It's not been proved. Even Michio Kaku, I would say that it's not been shown to be the case, but it's a possibility.
So they've only got 3 then, right?
No, we've got 4. We seem to have established we've got at least 4 at the moment.
So if you can imagine 4 dimensions, so you can surely depict it on the paper.
Well, it's difficult.
Why? If
What
it
do you
is
mean, why?
easy
Because a
to,
piece
to,
of
to
paper is only
imagine,
2-dimensional, and you're trying to depict 4. What? I mean, what a stupid question! You moron! It's
So you
difficult enough to
can't.
show
It's okay,
3
Rumpus.
dimensions
We
on
know
a piece
you
of
can't
paper of
really. There's no
2-dimensional.
need
I
to.
mean, Jesus
There's
Christ.
no need to do
Well, he's
this.
being what a
Rumpus.
stupid question.
It's one of your
Why is it
tells,
difficult to
Rumpus. We were
demonstrate
talking
5
about
dimensions
people's
on a piece
tells
of
earlier.
paper?
That's
It's
one of
difficult
yours,
enough to
isn't it?
show 3 dimensions on a
The
piece of
ad
paper.
hoc.
it is not
There are many
difficult.
projections that you have to use to do that, and there are,
No,
because it's
it is
tricky.
very easy. This is
No,
not
it's not really.
tricky.
Which
3
projection do you want to use?
You said,
Perspective, orthogonal, isometric?
excuse
There are
me,
lots
you-
of different ways of doing it.
excuse
because
me,
it's
you
not
said,
trivial.
Rumpus, you said that this is difficult to depict 3 dimensions in the paper.
But it's not trivial. You have
It
lots
is
of
very
options, ways
easy.
of doing
It is very easy to
Yeah.
depict
No, it's
3
not.
dimensions in
No, it's
in
not.
2D. Yes,
Yes.
it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
You,
is.
but you said that.
No, you can't do. I bet you couldn't do it easily. If I gave you an arbitrary 3-dimensional, if I gave you an arbitrary 3-dimensional geometry of things, and I then said, right, now put that in 2D, you would damn well struggle. If I, for instance, gave you a 3D model of a house, and I said, right, give me a perspective view of one corner, you wouldn't be able to draw that.
Of course.
Yeah, you
it-
can't.
it
You
is
couldn't.
not.
So there you are. So it's not trivial, is it, you moron?
Just have a
Jesus
look
Rumpus,
in the
come
live
down.
chat, Rumpus. Have a look in the live chat.
Spouting a load of drivel.
That's a book. I took a picture of the book I've got in front of me for somebody earlier. Like that, do you mean?
Yeah. So, and what?
You say that's what, impossible or too hard
When
for
did I say
paper
that?
to do?
When did I say that?
Just a minute ago.
No, I did never use the words impossible, did I?
Well, no. What
You
did?
just
What
made
were
that
you
up.
saying to paper? That paper
I
couldn't do
said
that.
That it was no, I didn't say that. You're just making it up. Well, your memory's defective.
What did you
as
say
we've
then?
discussed
You
on
said-
many occasions. You don't remember what I said.
You
I
said that
it
this is difficult.
tricky or difficult to show things in
Yes.
2D. It's non-trivial to convert a 3D object into 2D. And then he was asking, well, why is it not easy to convert a 5D object into 2D? Because it's, and I then pointed out that 3D into 2D. That's why there's a book on it. If it was trivial, you
for
wouldn't
me
need a
it is
book on it
trivial.
to show you how
Okay.
to do it, would you?
Okay,
The
okay.
fact that
For
there's a
me,
book
it is
here
trivial.
telling you how to do it shows
It
that
is
it's
trivial.
not trivial, doesn't it?
It is trivial for
Jesus
me to
Christ.
depict 3D objects into the.
I just told you. I
it's
gave you.
surface.
If I
natural,
gave
isn't
you a
it?
3D
And,
object
and
of a
be-
house, you would not be able to convert that into a 2D object, would you? You couldn't
A
do it. because
2D
you're
object,
incompetent.
Rumpus.
So-
Get your
so-
mind right. Come on.
So what?
Yeah, you would not be able to create the 2D perspective transformation to give me an object on a piece of paper if I gave you a 3D version of an object model of a house
getting
and said,
confused,
right, now give me the
Rumpus.
perspective view from this point. You would not be able to do it. You would not know how to go about doing that.
What, do
Okay,
a
so-
drawing, Rumpus? Are you sure? It's just art.
Yeah, he wouldn't be able to do it. Okay, if I give you a 3D model of a house with some dimensions and some various walls and roofs and things, and I asked you, right, now, commit that to paper and show it to us, you would not be able to do it.
Like
so
the plans
maybe
for a house.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Like a
so
plan
maybe someone else.
elevation.
Maybe
We
someone
were
else
talking about
did
you.
that.
You said it was easy. You were denying when I said it was moderately non-trivial to do that conversion, this projection. And you were saying, "Oh, that's trivial. Why is it difficult to show 5D and 2D?" And I'm now demonstrating you
It's
can't even do a
impossible
3D
to do
2D.
4 or 5D. That's what he's saying,
Yes.
Rumpus.
No,
It
he
is
said
impossible.
it was easy
So-
to do
so
3D
show-
to
show
2D,
us-
and
show
I'm
us.
showing that he can't do that simple thing that's obviously less complicated than a 5D to 2D drawing.
So
conversion,
Rumpus, show
projection.
us maybe someone else smarter and
So
more
you
brilliant
accept
than
then
you.
that you couldn't do it. So you've now
Okay,
agreed that
so-
you're
so
not capable of doing
four,
my
four,
challenge.
yes, 4, yes,
You've
4,
agreed. Excellent. So therefore
4
it's
or
not
5,
trivial then, is
yes.
it?
So
Even though you
show
are a
show us
moron.
example
So
of
you've
this
just
brilliant
agreed
guy.
then, when I said it was not trivial
Br-
to do convert a
Rumpus.
3D object
Rumpus
into 2D,
isn't
you've now
clever
agreed
enough
with
to
me,
do it.
even
Give-
though earlier you said it was trivial. You are
Give
a
us
moron.
give us example of 4D on the paper.
So let's say you've just trying to pass over the fact you've now agreed to the fact you were wrong. Okay, well, we'll take that now as read, that you've now agreed that you were a moron. So what's the new
Bad,
challenge?
bad
so-
tactics, Rumpus.
Rumpus,
No, it's an
yes,
excellent tactic. The
it
only
doesn't-
way to
it-
confront
it
people by
doesn't
paper
work on me,
is by
Rumpus, it
hammering
doesn't
home
work.
when they're wrong, because
It
they
doesn't
go
work.
away,
Show
and no
us
doubt when he
4D.
wakes up tomorrow morning, he'll think, "Oh, I was
For-
correct. Actually, I
please,
wasn't correct. With
4D
Rumpus
for
wasn't
us.
correct." And so the only
Rumpus,
way of hammering
he's
home
just
the point that paper was
overshouting.
talking
Mhm.
bollocks is to emphasize
is
it to him
Rumpus.
and to make him
For
accept it. I accept
example
the words
of
are not going to come out of
4D
his
on
mouth,
2D
but he was
paper.
completely
Please,
wrong. And unfortunately, we have
Rumpus,
to hammer this home because he will
4D
not
on the
learn of his
paper,
own
please.
volition.
Show
He has
us.
to be learning has to be imposed upon him because he's a
Rumpus,
moron.
Okay,
4D.
take a breath, Rumpus. Let him respond.
Okay.
4D on the paper, please.
I didn't say it was trivial. I said it was difficult.
And no Minowski
Okay,
shit.
no
Come on.
problem. Some,
Yeah,
maybe
if you're
someone
talking about
else.
Minkowski diagram, what they do is they remove 2 of the 3 dimensions. They just put space and time, 1 dimension of space and 1 dimension of time to make it easy.
Yeah, they put 3
Oh, so-
dimensions on one axis and time on the other.
No, they
but
don't
that's
put
not
3
4
dimensions. No, they
dimensions,
don't.
is
No,
it?
you got that wrong. You got that wrong. In a Minkowski diagram, you remove 2 of the 3D dimensions of space
Oh,
to make it
remove.
easy. So you just have it 1 dimension
to
of
make
space
easy.
and 1 of time. So you don't know what a
Oh.
Minkowski diagram is. Well done.
So he was just a liar.
I just
Who
said
was
that
the
you
liar?
you
He
you have
he
the 3
superposed.
dimensions
just a
on
liar?
one axis.
Who was just a liar? Sorry, who are you saying?
This McKinsey or whatever,
Minkowski.
Kowski or
No,
whatever.
he generated
Mike.
diagrams in which he showed space and time together, and he just did that usually in a 2-dimensional diagram. I don't know what you're saying is a lie. I don't know where did I
Because
accuse
he
him of being a
just
liar?
used 2 dimension and he
For
renamed.
illustration
he-
purposes.
he-
So for illustration
yes.
purposes, he used 2 dimensions just to simplify because he only was trying to demonstrate how
I
time
don't-
and space interact.
So
So
why
I don't know
is
what
it?
point you're trying
It
to
is
make. I
it is
never accused him of
difficult.
being a
but
liar. When did I do that?
mathematicians should do that. This
Do
is
what?
complicated to depict 4 dimensions in 2D.
Yes. So he was trying. So
No,
Minkowski
so he
diagram
didn't.
is a simplification for illustration purposes. What's the problem? What is your? what
Yes,
is your
it is problem because I say that this is impossible to draw
impossible?
4 dimensions in the picture, 2-dimensional picture, and this simplification, as you say, it's just a proof that this is impossible.
Well, as I said, it was tricky. I don't know where you claim that I said it was easy. I was saying it was tricky.
I say it is impossible. Can you prove me wrong?
Well, you can. Well,
No, you can't, Rumpus. Come on, let's have a bit of honesty here.
Four-dimensional. I'm sure there's some way of representing. In fact, I've seen diagrams of space-time where they are trying to depict 4 dimensions in 2. So I suspect there are some clever people who can do it, but I don't know
Not
off the
you.
top of my head.
Not
what that is.
yeah,
But I've
not
seen some,
Rumpus.
I have seen some pictures trying to do this. So, yes, probably. You have to use some odd graphics. But you were claiming it was easy to do from 3 to 2, so you were completely wrong. And hopefully you've realised that now.
You can definitely show 3 dimensions on a piece of paper, Rumpus.
Yeah, but
Dead
it's not
easy.
trivial.
Yeah, it is.
Not
It's dead
trivial.
easy.
Okay then, Bev.
If
again,
you're
I'll
if
give you
you're
the
doing the
plans,
plans,
okay,
but
here we go
Rumpus,
then.
if
I
you're
give you
doing
a
the plans
three-dimensional
for a
model, and I
house,
say, what will
Rumpus,
this look like in 2 dimensions from a particular position? Go ahead and draw it. I bet you won't be able to do it.
you have to do that when you do architectural drawing, Rumpus. You do
you
side
do it.
elevations, you do plan,
this is not
and
side
you
elevation.
combine
No,
them
you just do it in
together.
2 dimensions.
You combine them
that's
together
not
in
what we-
order to
no,
make.
you've not. When you do a side
what do you
elevation,
keep saying?
you've not
No.
represented the other dimensions. No, you don't know what side elevation is. It's only showing 2 dimensions. We're trying to show 3 dimensions.
Yes, Rumpus.
in 2D.
If you
a
shut
side
the
elevation
fuck
is
up,
not 3-dimensional,
Rumpus,
you moron.
you take
It's
the
just
plan.
3-dimensional.
You
made
take the
challenge.
plan,
Do you
the
want
side
3
elevation,
dimensions? You've got
and you
3
can
separate
combine
drawings.
them
We're talking
in
about
order to
one
make
drawing.
an
We're talking
isometric
about
drawing.
One drawing that's
Yeah, you
got
keep
all 3
talking,
dimensions.
Rumpus.
A side elevation does not do that. You didn't understand the challenge.
Rumpus,
utter
you
moron.
carried
talking,
on
he's
fucking
shouting.
talking.
Christ.
Rumpus.
And the challenge was
Rumpus.
to put. My challenge
Rumpus.
to you was to put
Rumpus.
3D
Right,
in
just a
1
minute.
2D drawing.
Oh my
not
God.
Not to give me three
Little mouse there, Rumpus.
You
Right,
have
so
to stop talking.
for at the
Rumpus.
minute, I'll say it again. Whenever you do a plan, an elevation, and a side elevation, you can combine them
Oh my God.
in order to make an isometric profile, which is 3D, Rumpus, projected from the elevation profiles. That's how you do it. I've done it, Rumpus. So don't say no, because you haven't done it. You know nothing about it, Rumpus. Everybody, if you want to turn Rumpus down, feel free.
Yeah.
Because nobody else gets
Can we
a
have a
chance to hear
discussion
say
here?
anything. He's
Yeah,
just
he's
in the
gone.
background. It's all right. Don't worry about it. If you just turn him down a bit, so he's like really, really quiet, and you can have a conversation around it. Yep. See you later.
No conversation there.
There you
This is real normal Rumpus.
Mm-hmm.
He was trying to be polite for a short period of time, but he was just overshouting you.
Yeah.
And
Just
me
remember-
and whoever. This is
Remember,
this
that's
is
their
the way-
representative.
Mm-hmm.
That's
This is
their
the-
representative.
Yes,
Yep.
this is how Globers and Rumpus debates.
Yes. And it's
Oh,
very
they're-
dishonest.
Calling people morons as they're being moronic.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's hilarious.
I don't think it's a debate. It's just a discussion. Come on. Can't even discuss things.
Well,
None test doing.
in order for you to
Oh.
discuss anything with Rumpus, it happens all the time. When he gets caught in an obvious lie, I'm going to say now, because Rumpus obviously knows he's lying. Because when you try to tell the truth about something, he shuts you down and overtalks you. So he obviously knows that you are going to debunk whatever is that he's just said. You can rebut whatever he's saying with a truthful statement, and people will hear that truthful statement and know that Rumpus is a liar. That's why Rumpus does these tactics. That's why he's called Rumpus. That's his only tactic.
This proves our point earlier about epoche when, withholding judgment. He is not letting you do that at all.
It's interesting to know who's coming in, though. So we've had Brenda and we've had Rumpus. Now, everybody knows that they are same team, but you notice that they came in separately. Now, I've always said there's a lot of voice actors. Could Rumpus be Brenda? Or just on the same team? What do you reckon? Have you ever seen Rumpus and Brenda together?
No, I would say that Rumpus is definitely not Brenda as a person.
Yeah. I know, I'm only joking. But they're definitely same team. Right?
Yes.
They're both diletheists. They both could get along together.
And I would say that they are team, but not just formal team. For example, I think that if Brenda is coming here and saying something and he's leaving, then it triggers Rumpus, and he has to go here. So it's just maybe some psychological link between them. He has to jump here and to say something to defend Brenda, for example.
He did it with Chaiki the other day as well.
Yes.
Brenda, Rumpus, Chaiki. Now, what do they all have in common? A hatred of us here, all of us, and a dislike of simple logical statements. All three of them. And I'd say all three of them are ultra triggered into a state of frenzy where they have to, literally, they have to come in to do this and show their sophistry.
But still, Rumpus cannot address the progression of definitions in Euclid, and he was saying that professional mathematician and blah blah blah, but professional mathematician would also start from simple definitions, and for example, therefore Euclid cannot be replaced and is not replaced in real mathematics and geometry, because Euclid starts with point. And then he is defining a straight line using only points. This is normal progression in definitions. And he is not talking about surface, because surface is coming after.
Yeah, even curve is coming after. Right? The curve only comes in at definition 15, 14, 15 with the circle. There's no curves involved. There's no surface involved with the line. Rumpus is just blatantly wrong. He's going against the most flawless axiomatic system known ever. Rumpus is literally trying to redefine that.
Yes, but he's doing it wrongly, because, as I said, the definition of line is prior to definition of surface, or exactly plane surface. So Euclid couldn't use surface to define line, because this is backward. Because if he is trying to define line by means of surface, so how he is trying to how he could define a surface? Because in Euclid, surface is defined by lines. It is extremity of a line. So this is just nonsense. You cannot reverse engineering, making that reverse engineering backward going into definitions. You cannot define line by means of surface. This is just idiotic. And he cannot see that.
Well, I think he can. He's called the Rumpus because he purposely does this to annoy, frustrate people. And normally these conversations don't ever get to be done because Rumpus will rumpus the situation and deflect from a very simple point that should be made. That
Oh yeah, he did what he was supposed to do. Mission accomplished for Rumpus.
yeah, well, what we have to do now is make it absolutely clear that what Rumpus was doing was trying to obfuscate a straight line. And Brenda, too.
Both of them. Yes, both of them.
Teamwork to obfuscate a straight line. Now, can you imagine how bad that is? Because they're saying about it being elementary. Well, it's not elementary to teach children that straight lines curve, because that's literally what Rumpus said. I wrote it down on the board. I'm going to get it back again tomorrow. The only other person I've ever say that was Fight the Flat Earth.
No, but Brenda also is saying that this is elementary geometry or whatever in school. So this bullshit.
Does anyone want to hear a modern day sophist's opinion on this? He seems to want to be unmuted. I don't know what he was sneezing or whatever before. It's his Trivium night, so let's see what you've got to say, Tanks.
Could I make a point real quick first? Because obviously Rumpus was bringing up the straight line being a curved line, contradicting himself, but he's talking about a sphere as he's doing it, and 2 points being the extremities of said straight line. He says the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Yeah, well, those 2 points could be the extremities of the diameter of the sphere. And that diameter is definitely an actual straight line. So his whole entire point is out the window by the fact that a sphere even has a diameter in the first place.
Yeah. Or chord or anything. They're always straight lines. I mean, he's completely forgetting about the straight line chord, i.e. diameter of the sphere.
That is wholly required to construct the sphere.
But I still I like Euclidean definition of straight line more, because defining it by saying that this is shorter distance, it doesn't tell us how this shortest distance is created. But Euclid says that how the shortest distance is created by points lying evenly. This creates the shortest distance, because if points are not lying not evenly, they are creating longer distance. So for me, in progression of definition, using only points, formally it is better, but practically, for example, to refute Rumpus' statement, it's also better, because on the sphere you cannot have a line with points lying evenly on the surface of the sphere. So you cannot define the straight line absolutely on the sphere, and you cannot use that definition. That's why he was refuting this definition and shouting that this is all outdated. And so, no, this is outdated because it is completely destroys this spherical geometry. That's why they are afraid.
Well,
Scary.
I said to them quite a long time ago on Twitter, right? It's the shortest distance, but I purposely said that because Euclid wouldn't have said that. But in order to do a distance, you need a number measurement.
Yes, of course.
And Euclid doesn't have any numbers, right? So specifically, the shortest distance does not refer to Euclid, or geometric principles. It only relies on reality. And in order for you to measure the shortest distance, it has to be a straight line.
Of course.
So that's why I say it, because I'm dealing primarily in reality. Whenever I talk about this stuff, you can talk about the geometric principles, but we are actually always talking about things that we do in reality. And Rumpus and Brenda keep forgetting about this. We're not talking about concepts or anything. We are literally talking about things you do in reality. Geometry is the measurement of the earth, the land. You measure. That's the purpose of it. They always forget that.
Yes, I agree. Other geometers in ancient times, yes, they defined this as straight line as shortest distance. But I just said why I like Euclidean definition, because it is most logical definition, and it automatically refutes spherical geometry, because and of course it doesn't contradict straight line being shortest distance. It doesn't contradict. It fits this definition of the shortest distance.
Well, I think it fits because it goes with the common notations, doesn't it? Or the common.
Oh, yes, yes, of course.
The evenly is the equal on either side. It is right, you know. Within the axiomatic form of it, it's perfect. Obviously,
yes,
Rumpus can't have that.
but using points, because points don't need any surface, and the surface is not defined, so you just need space, two locations in space, and the link between them. That's all you need. You don't need any surface.
Yeah, you don't even need the line.
Yes, just you are creating line by moving one point from one location to another location. This is how a line is created. And that's why, that's how Aristotle defined line, because he liked movement. So he is describing everything by movement. And this is also true. But these points lying evenly or a line, you don't need any surface for that. So just bringing surface, which is not yet defined, to describe line, the prior definition, that's just upside down geometry.
Well, we did do this the other day. When we talk of 2D and 3D, and the difference between book 1 and the first 10 books and book 11, they did exactly the same there. Like, they do it, if they can do it with the plane, then they can do it with the line for the same reasons. And that is when they say a surface is defined before the plane surface, then they want to put the curve in before the plane. And they do it with the straight line as well.
Yes, but literally, line is that is having only length. Yes, it is just genus. It is not and definitions always, if it is proper definition, it has to refer to species. And the definition of straight line is referring to species, and definition of line in general is not referring to species. It's not specific. That's why it is not strict definition. And the same situation we have with surfaces. Surface is described as having length and breadth only, and that's all, and not indicating if it is straight or curved surface, like a line. And this is not real definition, but the real definition we have of a plane, which is analogic to a straight line, and we have describing it with straight lines. So this is just some indication that we have just line, whatever it is, just line between 2 points. Maybe curved, maybe straight, but this is not definition. The same with the surfaces. So the real definition is starting with straight line and plane surface. That's what I read in comments, many comments about these definitions. So this is not real definition of line and surface. It's just generally telling what surface is, that this is boundary of a solid object. But in next sentence you have planes, just as a boundary of solid objects. Planes, not curved surfaces. Planes.
Yeah, the progression of the axiomatic system and how the globe mind thinks backwards. We were talking about that the other day as well. They know where they need to get, and their model is clouding them. So they're injecting the model before it's even been defined.
For me, that this is just preposterous. How normal mind can define thing by means of model, because in this model, this straight line or whatever line has to be included. Because if you have model of the sphere and it would be Earth, but still sphere, geometrical object. So how can you define line by means of sphere? This is completely upside down. This is nonsense, idiocy. Invert logic.
Model
Rumpus
affliction.
did it.
Yeah, model affliction. Yes. It's a perfect example of it. That when the model takes over from your normal logical process, and somehow, well, it takes over everything, right? And puts you in a position where you would look crazy. I mean, Rumpus, within this arena, may seem great to the guys and girls that, you know, are really into the globe. But to anybody else in normal life, or what I'd say even mathematicians, they'd think he's crazy. That they wouldn't say, oh, there's a genius. They'd say that guy's mad. I mean, they even say that about Penrose. He comes up with some wacky ideas. Doesn't mean you're a genius. In my book, Rumpus is an obvious diletheist or sophist, probably both.
Yes, and megalomaniac.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
with a
had
bit-
to keep pointing out as well. I don't think there's any such thing as a diletheist. Completely made up, but I mean, it is needed, and it does explain. Once you understand diletheism and how that gets injected in as an axiom into a logical system, they don't even have the logic. That they don't know what they're doing. It's an explosive logic, and anything goes. the moment you allow a contradiction. Rumpus said, straight lines curve. And he thinks that's in reality. That's literally a mental break that you have to do. Lose your understanding of straight. It's crazy. And it's not just Rumpus. He's gaslighting a lot of people into the same argument, because people think that it's an argument they have to have. When they see Rumpus going mad and other people going mad, they think the model needs to be defended even harder. Well, it doesn't. Nobody's attacking the model. We're just stating things that happen in reality. Don't get upset. Although the battle arena we're in seems a bit heated at the moment. People seem on edge.
But still, he's very weak, because when he was over shouting, but eventually I succeed to express my request to bring him picture of 4D in 2D, and of course I didn't ask him to draw this, but I said that it would be some smarter and more intelligent than him, some mathematician who can draw that. But of course he cannot refer. So this is kind of rebuttal from him. So show me your money, and oh no, I don't have money, but my colleague have money for sure. So this is that kind of rebuttal from him. This is just hilarious.
Yeah, I think it is funny, because one of the steps that you take whenever you go through all of this, right? People start telling you stupid things, like, especially the stuff that we've been faced with. When you come up with a simple basic truth and you talk and tell people, then ridiculous things get claimed. This 4D one is a favorite claim, especially within the geometric argument, right? Because the geometric argument goes deep into the model, probably even deeper than a lot of people realize. But in that, you get told about this 4D. And when you look into it, like the Minowski or Mike Wachowski diagrams, they literally do. They put it on an XY.
Yeah, so Rumpus said that.
Yeah.
So he get rid of 2 dimensions, and for simplicity, you know, for more clarity. I would love to see full screen, not simplistic, just childish. No, I want to see whole picture. How can you do that? Maybe this is just that secret knowledge that you cannot show that publicly, but I don't know.
Have you heard the clip that I've got of like a university guy introducing his students to the beginning of the year? And I think
not.
All right, let me see if I can find it. He's introducing them to the beginning of the year, and he says about he says about the geometry and how Einstein Euclidean geometry survived for years, 2,500 years. Let me just check this one.
Euclid of Alexandria.
There you go.
This
There you go. So in the live chat here now, I'll play it. It's only a few seconds.
and the mathematicians, Euclid of Alexandria. His concept of space, in fact of three-dimensional space, has survived 2200 years until a former patent clerk of the name Albert Einstein discovered that in fact space is not three-dimensional. There is a fourth dimension, time, multiplied with a constant, the speed of light, which is perpendicular to the three dimensions. He later
Here we go. So Albert Einstein, a former patent clerk, decided that there wasn't three, there was four. And where was the fourth one? Perpendicular to the other three.
So it is impossible. And by the way, in book 10, it is Euclid is talking about magnitudes commensurable and incommensurable. So how can time can be commensurable with distances, for example? It is complete nonsense.
Yeah.
Because time, this is not same measurement. You cannot, dimension is measurement in one direction. So, but measurement of distance. And what is this physical distance in time? There is no physical distance in time. So this is just idiocy for me.
Yeah, well,
Complete nonsense.
How can a university lecturer, maybe on philosophy or whatever, but I mean, how can somebody like that not know about perpendicular? Right, there is only three for a reason.
Cannot
There's
produce,
no space.
You cannot produce fourth because this fourth would be the same as first, for example. Maybe that's why this Makowski or whatever he is just superposed the first dimension and the second and rename it, and you see this is new one dimension, but we just erased the first one.
No, what they do is they put all three dimensions on one axis. So you've got three there, and then the other one has the other one. So it is perpendicular to the other three, right? That guy has been tricked by the Wachowski diagrams, space-time. Wachowski space-time diagram. A complete trick, a wizard trick.
Yeah, they combine the three, and then they just say time is another one.
Yeah, perpendicular to it.
It's great. Yeah.
I said it to someone a long time ago. I was like, 4D is the same thing as 2D. Because I can remember listening to some other, like another lecturist, and it kind of opened my eyes to it, because you can't lump 3D into one coordinate. So they did, though. They lumped 3D into one coordinate and gave you another conceptual coordinate, made it 2D, and call it 4D.
Yeah.
So that's why I when I said that this is a lie, yes, this is a lie, because they are trying to convince people that three lines overlapping are the one line is three lines. So this picture would say that one line, you see one line, but in fact there are three lines overlapping, but they are different. But still, in normal logical thinking, if line is overlapping with another, it means that this is the same line because it is occupying the same space. It cannot be 3. That's, for example, because it has they have same location. You cannot say that points are different if they have one location. This is one point. The same with the line. If they are overlapping, saying that the one line is 3, it is just a lie. Simple for me. Sorry.
I was trying to find it.
Maybe I am exaggerating, but for me this is a lie.
It's crazy. Crazy, but that's the place you have to take your mind. And it's not just rumpus. It's not just rumpus that we have to end up talking to within all of this. Rumpus is just the gatekeeper. It's how you're going to end up talking to other people about it. How do you explain to somebody what they have as a 2D diagram is actually not 4D? It's just 2D.
Maybe Rumpus thinks that his explanation that this is for simplicity and clarity, this is just old trick. So, and by the way, he was using that excuse in his own diagrams, that he was not drawing everything for simplicity. But that is the way how tricks works. Supposedly simplicity, but just not showing everything what should be shown, or just showing that there is nothing there, like this 4D in 2D. So this is just a lie, or con.
Yeah. I'm looking at it now. The original drawing that I can remember seeing doesn't appear to be there anymore now. (1864 to 1909).
You are looking for this Makowski or whatever?
Minkowski space. I'll give it here. Here's a link to the wiki. If you want to have a look at it.
Oh, okay. This is different spelling of this is Paul Minkowski. Yes, Minkowski.
That's another guy he stole from Einstein. That is.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's his. He was the student of him.
Okay, different spelling in English, so I really didn't know who was on the table. So yes, now I can see though. Minkowski.
Cough, is that an F in there?
This is like German. We have W as German, so this is real. It is V, but in between the between semivocals we have F, not sounding V. So F.
Okay. I'm not that good with names anyway. It tends to upset them whenever I get names wrong. So
no problem.
Sort of a thing that I do. They're only people, right? It's just some guy that's decided to do. I mean, if you go and look into it, there's an extra dimension that he's managed to put in there, and the only place you can do that is in the mind. There's no physical space that you can add in another dimension.
It's ridiculous.
Do you know of any experiments that he performed or
I
demonstrated?
don't know. You broke up there.
Are there any experiments or demonstrations that you know of that he put forth?
I don't know. It's you.
I can't think of any. No, just I guess just thought experiments, but I can't think of any physical experiments.
It's a theory, isn't it? In mathematical physics. There you go. That's a good one for you. What's that?
Mathematical physics.
Yeah,
So,
in mathematical. They're the first three words.
So math is physical now?
no, quite opposite. Physics is mathematical. It means that it's not physical anymore.
Number form. They're not real, are they?
And you can bend straight
Physics is
lines.
real, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, I mean, people have different ideas of what these things mean. There's always different ways to make people's minds be manipulated into thinking there's extra dimensions, or somehow into thinking that things like light is physical. Physics of light. Sort of weird concepts that you have to get into.
Yes.
How about astrophysics?
Physicality of the stars.
Yes.
So physicality of the light, because what is coming to your eye is the light only.
Exactly.
And nothing more. So what can you say? Because, for example, if my light bubble is lightning in my room, I can go and touch this bulb and see, and whatever it is. Physical, I can touch physical properties. And also it gives light. But I cannot go to the star and touch the star, what it is. So cannot check its physicality. So this is just so story.
Imagine thinking that you can make a straight line, make it come around a sphere, touch you again, meet up, and it's still a straight line.
It is nonsense, because when line is described, even not a straight line between this points between extremities. So you have no extremities when it is circle. So therefore, it would mean that this is not a line within definition of Euclid. Or even this definition of shortest distance between 2 points, because you have no 2 points when you have a circle. So how can you measure distance when your starting point is the same as ending point? So there is no distance. So for me, just idiocy.
Well, a person that can envision 5, 6, 11 dimensions, I mean, that should be no problem for them.
Yes, after one bottle of vodka, maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
Have we got Carpenter in the chat triggered by try thinking? Seems to be saying it a lot. I'm fine
They
with
all
it.
are.
I know. I'm liking it. So it gets in your head, doesn't it? Just try thinking. Come on. I wonder whether they're saying it to themselves. Has Carpenter come with anything, or is this just a rehash of something again? Did we have that as Rumpus? Is he come triggered back in the text?
I wasn't following the chat during this quote unquote discussion with Rumpus and Brenda, so I don't know.
I think Carpenter only came after Rumpus left. After he got turned down. It's too much. But he's obviously this Carpenter's the new replacement. We did have Wally in here. We have had other people in here regularly. It was Blue Marble all day yesterday, but he started doing those stupid water level things. And I think he's preparing a presentation, hopefully, fingers crossed, to do the stolen concept mathematical proof of the I'd say it. It's too much. So Carpenter seems to be all they've got, and I don't know why they're sending in these people, because it's terrible. Unless they're there for practice, for the sophistry. See how long you can last over there with no argument, talking shite about nothing.
Yes, but the tactic would be to provoke at first, because if this sophist wants to be responded to, so he has to provoke. If he is trying to make a conversation, whatever on whatever topic, he has to provoke with something. So, but with time, these provocations are just boring. They are making same tricks. So,
Yeah, it's getting old.
yes,
yes. We can see them all. They're upset because the contradictions. Carpenter's the biggest. I think he's the I don't know whether you call this a dialetheist.
He's
this would be the biggest, the contradiction.
A wannabe sophist in training. I wouldn't even say that he's a sophist, because he's not very good at what he's doing. He's obviously just training to be something that he doesn't even know how to, how to
Yeah,
be.
maybe he is trying this. He's treating this server as a training ground
Yeah.
for sophistry. Maybe.
Sounds like Rumpus and Brenda with these. There's like there's no contradiction between a straight line and a curved line.
Well, let me ask you guys, like, what do you think of a horizontal line that's, you know, indefinite, not infinite. I'm not saying infinite, but it's indefinite. Like, there's no defining ends to a horizontal line. Like, you just see this horizontal line in front of you. It's level. You know that it's horizontal because you put a level on it. Now, he's saying that the only vertical that's perpendicular to that horizontal line is, quote unquote, bunny ears, original vertical. The original vertical. The first place that you put the, I don't know what he's talking about. I think he's trying to say the middle. And he's avoiding saying the middle because that sounds stupid as fuck.
Yeah.
Because where's the middle of an indefinite line? Like, is it here? Is it over there? Is it, you know, if you look at a wall, the top of the wall is horizontal. You can put a level anywhere along that wall and it's going to show you that it's level. I'm looking at a wall right now and I can see, you know, if I'm just eyeballing it, I can see that it's straight. I could guarantee that I could put a level over there and it'll show the same thing as if I put a level there, or there. And I could go all along this wall and it would still show that it's level. And now he wants to talk about error margins. Well, what error is there in an ideal that you're establishing with an actual tool in reality? Like, what's the error margin? Is the error in the tool, the ability to read the tool? Is it in the manufacturing of the tool? What error is there that he's talking about? He seems to think that your inability to find the ideal means that the ideal is not what you're trying to achieve by using the tool that's meant to help you find the ideal. It's insanity, and the guy cannot express and articulate what he means by the original vertical. Sorry, I kind of rambled a little bit there.
Maybe he was talking about this local vertical established at the point where the guy is who is establishing this vertical. I don't know, because they are using this not clear language, because for example, for them horizontal is established, for example, by level, auto level. It would be the tangent, this so-called tangent horizontal, and at that point this would be this vertical. Don't know if it is this original, but for example with water level it would be in the middle of these 2 points, 2 edges of water level. This original vertical would be in the middle. So I don't know if they are talking about this vertical with auto level or water level, because they are different, of course. You never know. I think you should ask them what they mean, what it is, this original vertical, because I smell just some fraud here.
Well, this is what they replied. It's English words, period. Are you reading the live chat? I'm just going to read this out loud. The level tool was positioned in one place originally, reading level. This establishes a vertical line through the bubble of the level tool, and it establishes a horizontal line. You can slide the level tool along the horizontal line and it will no longer read level. Indefinitely, many vertical lines intersect the horizontal line, but only the vertical line that passes through the original position of that bubble is perpendicular to the horizontal line. You have heard the word original before, and you speak English. These are such idiotic tactics. It's, oh my God, do these people not know that we see right through this bullshit?
So they are renaming vertical by adding some new word original. Before that, they were saying that this is vertical or perpendicular at a point. So we all know expression perpendicular, but they are adding at a point, which is just canceling a whole statement, because perpendicular is line to line, not line at a point. So this is nonsense. And line cannot be perpendicular to a point, of course. So by adding this, they are creating ambiguity, and then they are appealing to your sense of English. So you don't know English, you are stupid. So, but in fact, they are just redefining in that way, trying to redefine term. In that example would be vertical, by adding this word original, which means nothing, completely nothing.
Yeah, it's a nothing statement.
Okay, I am off to bed. My eyes closing.
Yeah, okay.
Good night, all.
Thank you.
All right. See ya.
Crazy night. What time is it? Oh, we've done over 4 hours again. Yeah, I don't know what Carpenter's decided to do. That is the guy that literally can write out contradictions and not see the contradictions. He says, yes, this is very easy geometry. A straight line being a curved line. I've never heard something so ridiculous.
This is the night that a straight line took two opponents down. A straight line.
Yeah. Yeah, and that shows you the quality of the debate arena that we're in. It's ridiculous. So it has been quite a good night on Trivium for the idea of nailing the argument, whatnot. Euclid
I believe
tomorrow. Go on.
I was going to say I believe dialetheism was put on display as well tonight.
Yeah, I think that's what we are going to be doing. We did have logic, trivium, geometry, but they're all going to blend together into one, I think, and maybe that's what we're going to be doing from now on in, turning it into a study of the trivium. Really, it seems to be the way that we've been going. Like, everybody thinks we've been in quote unquote flat earth, but we haven't. In this for the argument, and in this for learning how to communicate with people. That's all I've ever been interested in, really, is talking with people. I consider myself as this epoche sort of thing. I don't have aside of anything. I just want to be able to talk to people about it. People seem to get upset at us saying that, thinking that we're saying everybody else has to take an opposing opinion because we ask a question. That's not the way it should be. It should just be a natural conversation. But it does seem that the thinking part is the little worm that they can't get out. Maybe the key. Everybody finds the logos however they do it, and some may get driven mad by it. Anyone final words? I'll get some Buster. Oh, Buster. Get Buster ready.
I'd like to say thank you, Rumpus. Thank you, Brenda, for showing us what dialetheism is and how difficult it is for you guys to just define a straight line. I mean, come on.
This is one that Buster did with Shane again. I'm going to end this one with the same one. Two conflicting truths, or you can't have. I think two conflicting truths, brackets, you can't have. Sums this one up perfectly. Contradictory truths. It doesn't happen.
Nope.
Join us tomorrow. Euclid night, but it's going to be much more of the same. Learning the argument, learning how to formulate things. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Let's give it a go. Everybody's got a path to choose. You can critically think or give yourself to accepted information too. Well, you got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Fast to what you know. Don't let their opinions throw you off. You got to stay the course you're on. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need. Contemplate before you make a choice. You got to let your voice be heard. You'll never see this place again. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. There comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need. Try not to enable their thoughts. They got enough problem with this bridge to cross. No matter what I say, they're doomed. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. There comes a time